up every minute with the fever dreams. I push my mind to a limit where it needs to be. I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss, see. I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Choke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see, matter of fact.
Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind you know I'll always manifest it.
Hello and welcome to My Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick, and had some technical difficulties. Things were like crazy all over here with the camera, and trust me, I've been a little stressed out for a few hours here trying to get this all set up properly. For some reason, I blame it. Okay, there's only two entities that I could blame it on. I blame it on Iran. And when you cannot blame it on Iran, you blame it on Trump. So just blame everything on Trump. Anything that goes bad, just blame it on Trump. But welcome to the show. I truly appreciate you guys. It's Wednesday. Is it the D-Day? Is it the day that we're going to see all the craziness going on over in Israel? Is the U.S. going to strike Iran with their bunker buster bombs? Say that like 5 times straight, you're gonna go crazy. But yeah, it's just been I've been having like this type of day. It's just been all over the place. But I managed to get the camera going. I managed to get audio working right, hopefully. I hope everything's going well. The chat will let me know if everything's going well. I believe it is. Without further ado, let's see if I could transfer over to this side, and let's bring up. I guess this is the West Bank, so this will be Jerusalem. This is a live feed right now of Jerusalem. As we see right now, it's pretty quiet. They did have some earlier action. 5 missiles came through, and Israel was able to blow them up. And but if Iran's gonna go do this shock and awe type of thing, they're gonna have to like deliver on it. What I mean by that is they're gonna have to really send like 100, 200, 300, maybe 500 ballistic missiles at one time. I mean, if you really want to cause collateral damage and significantly like destroy Israel, you're not going to do it with five bombs. You're not going to do it with 5 hypersonic bombs. It's not going to work. If you're going to destroy this beautiful country here, you're going to need a lot. You're going to need close to 400 or 500 easy to get through and penetrate and destroy. Here's another feed of Jerusalem skyline. It's pretty quiet right now. I believe it's going to get more action. Can't tell you if it's 100% sure, but the energy is there for it to happen. I will be catching up on some news feeds from earlier today. So let's just get to that and get it out of the way, right? Let's go for it.
We begin with this Fox News alert. President Trump speaking from the White House lawn, where we are set to see a flag raising at any moment. He was just asked if he's moving closer to using a bunker-busting bomb to eliminate Iran's nuclear program. Here he is.
You've been answered questions about whether you are moving closer or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities. Where's your mindset on that?
I can't say that, right? I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble and they want to negotiate. 2 very simple words, a very simple, unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give up. No more.
I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. The president knows the moment we are in as a nation, as an ally of Israel, who is systematically doing the world a favor by battering Iranian military and nuclear sites. And President Trump is putting America first with his actions, as he always does. In fact, today on full display is patriotism at the White House. We are at the ready for any movement there on a very special day for the president of who has been manning that construction team this morning that's coming up with that. The president is reportedly seriously considering joining Israel's bombardment of Iranian nuclear facilities. You just heard him say no one knows exactly what he'll do, but it is fully his decision. The stakes are high for the United States. Our military could take out a key Iranian nuclear site buried deep into a mountain, and that decision carries some political risk as well. At the same time, Iran's supreme leader is showing no signs of backing down.
The Iranian nation will not surrender to anyone in the face of imposition. The Zionist enemy has made a big mistake, committed a big crime, and must be punished, and is being punished. The damage America will suffer if it makes a military intervention in this field will undoubtedly be irreparable.
And in the capital city, Tehran, the streets are quiet and empty after the president and Israel warned residents to evacuate. They listened. One Associated Press journalist said they only saw a handful of pedestrians in the city. Here's General Jack Keane.
If we walk away and leave those sites intact, then the Ayatollah will be able to achieve what he's always wanted here. Assist the Israelis in their air campaign using penetration bombing to eliminate the end of that nuclear end state. And that will be a major strategic achievement.
However, one Trump administration official is telling Politico that no one the West Wing is talking about, or in the West Wing, is talking about regime change. Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy with more now. Peter, we have seen the president this morning on the lawn as they get ready to erect not one but 2 flags outside the White House.
Yes, and that'll be the excitement for the morning. The president revealed that the next week concerning Iran could be very big, as he told us that some Iranian leaders could actually come here to the White House.
Have the Iranians reached out to you?
Yes.
And what did they say?
I said it's very late. You know? I said it's very late to be talking. They even suggested they come to the White House. It's a big difference.
I wouldn't bring them.
Yeah, but they've suggested that
I
they
wouldn't
come
bring
to the
them
White
over.
House.
No.
That's, courageous.
But the president is
I
in no
wouldn't-
rush
I
to
wouldn't
get the
invite them
Iranians
over.
here because he revealed
It's
he
too
told
dangerous.
Bibi Netanyahu to keep going
Right?
with
You
the
can't
strikes
trust
inside Iran.
and they're
President
the
Trump
enemy.
will not
so
reveal
you
his
can't really
current
trust the
thinking
enemy.
about striking nuclear targets, and his defense secretary was just asked about possible strike packages.
My question for you is whether you have been asked actively to provide options for the president regarding a strike in the Middle East.
If I had or I had not, I wouldn't disclose that in this forum, Senator. My job, our job, Chairman and I, at all times is to make sure the president has options and is informed of what those options might be and what the ramifications of those options.
And the president was asked what his message is for Iran's supreme leader who is refusing the unconditional surrender the president wants. The president said his message to the Ayatollah, good luck. Harris?
All right, Peter Ducey, thank you. A new op-ed titled, Why U.S. Must Destroy Iran's Fordow Nuclear Facility Now. And the argument is Fordow is not just another enrichment site. It is a fortified monument to Iran's deception and determination. The U.S. alone has the tools and the reach to destroy it. This mission, if undertaken, must be precise, overwhelming, and independently verified. History will judge our resolve. Let it be said that when the mountain hid the bomb, America shattered the mountain and proved it. Brett Velikovich, Fox News contributor, former Army Special Operations soldier, and former military intelligence. All right, let's start with Fordow. Not just the importance of it, but what's there, the structurally that only we can take out.
Well, structurally, Harris, it's one of the most difficult sites to penetrate. And so that's why likely the Israelis are asking for U.S. help. And I think, frankly, we need to do what we can to bomb the Iranians back to the negotiation table. Iran's hardliners need to be bombed back to the nuclear negotiation table. And there's a limited time for Israel to do this quickly because doing nothing carries its own risk. If we don't use this opportunity to help them destroy that last remaining nuclear facility now while they're on the run, we may find them able to reconstitute their program, their nuclear ambitions quickly after the smoke clears. And I hope the president understands that. And this whole debate about if it drags us into this larger war or not, listen, Iran already sees us as complicit. No matter what we do or don't do now, they will attempt to target U.S. interests in the future, whether U.S. assets strike them now or not. That's the bottom line. They've been at war with us for decades, even when we have not been at war with them. I mean, myself and other U.S. soldiers were deployed in Iraq to hunt ISIS and Al-Qaeda, not Iran, but yet we found ourselves on the receiving end of weekly Iranian attacks. I was nearly killed by Iranian bombs. I've had close friends killed by Iranians. Many U.S. veterans are missing limbs because of Iranian bombs. And many of our bases now for years continue to be attacked. And we're the beacon of freedom for the rest of the world, Harris. This is one of those moments, I think, in history where we need to stand up for what's right, be on the right side of history, and it's time to help free the Iranian people, the majority of which has been oppressed for too long. And this is about wanting regime change, by the way. It's not just about nuclear weapons. I know people are saying they're not looking for regime change, but we're not going to be able to change that regime. That's the bottom line. Only the Iranian people can change that regime. But what we can do is give them the opportunity through military action to rise up and do something about it.
But just real quickly, I want to know about assessing this particular enemy. And you just gave us a lot of information and close calls and deaths, of course, of some of our military heroes along the way at the hands of Iran. What is it that happens globally, though, as the world looks at us and they're reaching out, the president's getting really tough? I mean, is there a stall that has to happen now in order to get this done? Or do you think Iran's just not even serious when it says it wants to talk to President Trump?
The Iranians are generally all talk. They are masters at manipulating speech. You're not going to out-talk or outspeak an Iranian. It's in their culture. They're masters at manipulating their words. But what we can do is more than talk. We can actually do action and execution, because talk in that region, it doesn't work. It's only a region that understands strength. And I don't think there needs to be this long-term Israeli military campaign. The Israelis just decapitated nearly Iran's entire military chain of command. I don't think we have to worry about that. this long protracted campaign, because I'm not even sure what that would even accomplish at this point, because there's barely anyone left at their leadership level to kill.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday, Iran's new chief of staff of the military was killed. He held the position for only 4 days. Israeli spies have infiltrated nearly every part of that regime. Mossad spies are inside Iran, targeting leadership in their homes, and they've got the mullahs on the run. So we need to do whatever we can to help them reestablish deterrence, help them strike facilities. If they can't get to certain facilities, let's help them do that. And let's do it at a time when, there's just not much time to finish this. And we should help them with whatever we can.
Yeah. So, Brett, a lot of concern about what happens. You say regime change in the end. Well, who does fill in? Reza Pahlavi, the exiled crown prince of Iran, had this to say about the Iranian regime. Watch.
Do you believe that this Iranian regime can be toppled?
Absolutely. It's just a matter of time. I believe that for 44 years. It's not a matter of if, but a matter of when. But now we have a tremendous opportunity.
Your thoughts, your reaction?
The problem and the mischief that we're seeing in Iran and around the world is not coming from the majority moderate Iranians or the Iranian people. The truth is, Iran and its people have the potential of being one of the biggest strategic allies to us in the region. The majority of the people want peace. The majority of people want a relationship with the West. The majority want to connect with the rest of the world. But they've been oppressed for decades, and it's time for them to take over. We are not going to create regime change and military action. It has to be the Iranian people, and hopefully we're giving them the time and space to do that.
One more thing, and it has to do with what we don't know about Iran right now. So they've got, potentially their most precious nuclear program protected inside that mountain, Fordow, so that if everything else gets hit, they're hoping, well, they can still go forward with a nuclear program. But what do they have that potentially we don't know about? I mean, they've been on the ground with Mossad. Israel has. We think they've been flipping assets to a great degree. We know that they have. But what gives them any sort of ground right now to say the words to President Trump that, the worst is yet to come, basically? I'm paraphrasing them.
I think it's all talk, and I think it's Persian pride in the end. I think that the Israelis have been doing an amazing job at being able to make Iran essentially defenseless at this point. You heard the president talk about us owning their airspace, and that's the reality on the ground. And the Iranian regime and the Ayatollah, and they need to understand that reality, and they need to come back to the nuclear negotiation table, or it's only going to get worse for them.
Brett Velikovich, you have filled in a lot of blanks. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily.
I got more questions than anything else. It's just I don't know. Let's continue on with the news here.
Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has warned Washington of irreparable consequences if the US becomes directly involved in Israel's military campaign against Tehran. It's understood that President Trump is considering joining the attacks on Iran's nuclear sites. Here's our diplomatic correspondent, Caroline Hawley.
For a sixth straight night, Israel kept up its unprecedented assault on Iran. These images, captured by an Iranian television station, show air defenses in action above Tehran, trying to stop incoming Israeli fire. This is a building hit in the capital. We don't know the exact target, but Israel says that overnight it hit a university linked to Iran's powerful Revolutionary Guards, as well as facilities linked to its missile and nuclear program. These satellite images show a military base in Tabriz in the northwest of the country, here before and here after it was struck. Donald Trump, who left a meeting of G7 leaders early, has called for Iran's unconditional surrender and is reported to be considering joining Israel's strikes on its nuclear facilities. He's described the country's supreme leader as an easy target. Now, a defiant response from Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, his words read out by a presenter on state-run TV. Iranians, he said, are not people who surrender, and any form of US military intervention would be met with what he called irreparable harm. For civilians in Tehran, these are terrifying times. Shops shut, quiet streets. Many people are holed up at home, hiding, we're told, in basements and garages. Many others have already fled the capital, among them Narges Mohammadi, winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, who spent many years in Iran's jails.
I witnessed horrendous attacks. They're hitting infrastructure, a lot of civilian deaths. We have a misogynist theocracy in Iran with the supreme leader Ali Khamenei on the top, who took us to hell whilst promising heaven. And at the same time now, Netanyahu is also taking us to hell.
Iran is still firing at Israel, but not at the same rate as before. Overnight, missiles were intercepted over Tel Aviv. Some limited damage reported, but no more casualties. In Cyprus, 2 repatriation flights were laid on to bring Israelis stranded abroad back home. Nobody knows how long the war will go on for, how it might escalate or end. And so many Iranians and foreign nationals are escaping Iran if they can, this the border with Pakistan. But many others are trapped where they are, everyone afraid of what could come next. Caroline Hawley, BBC News.
Well, in a moment, we'll speak with our Middle East correspondent, Hugo Bechega, who's in Jerusalem this lunchtime. But first to our North America correspondent in Washington, Nomia Iqbal. And Nomia, the war of words is ramping up. Here we are on day 6. But what exactly do we know about America's intentions? How far will they go?
Well, the world is waiting to see what President Trump will do next. We've not had any reaction from the White House so far. There's been no flurry of social media posts from him like we saw yesterday, although that could happen at any moment. There are reports that the US is leaning towards involvement rather than diplomacy, and that would involve sending US troops to the region to use those bunker buster bombs to destroy Iran's nuclear capabilities deep underground. But make no mistake, if that is what the US does, it is a profoundly defining moment of Trump's presidency, seismic. This is a man who has long campaigned for no foreign wars, attacked Barack Obama, accusing him of trying to start a war with Iran, and only back in May said in Saudi Arabia that the era of foreign intervention was over. So lots of his supporters will be saying, what happened to that man? Could there be regime change? Well, Donald Trump also said yesterday, threatened to potentially kill the supreme leader. So we just don't know what could happen next. And bear in mind, if the US does get involved, how could Iran react to it? Again, we don't know, and it could put the US in a very, very dangerous moment.
Nomia, thank you. Well, let's get the picture then from Jerusalem. Our correspondent, Hugo Bechega, is there. On the ground, Hugo, how will these words have been received, and what's the latest on the conflict from that perspective?
Yeah, Dina, so Israel has continued to attack Iran. The military said more than 50 planes hit about 20 targets across Tehran overnight, including weapons production facilities. And on the ground in Iran, we've seen those huge traffic jams of residents trying to flee the city, Tehran, because of fears of an escalation of this conflict. Shortages of petrol and food are being felt. Also, some cash machines are not working. So this is the impact on the population there. Now, in Israel, as Caroline said, there was a wave of attacks, 2 waves actually, of Iranian missile attacks overnight. The Iranians said they had used for the first time a hypersonic missile, which is a missile that is more difficult to be intercepted by air defenses, but there have been no reports of casualties. And we're seeing that the recent attacks haven't been as intense, which is probably an indication of the impact of these Israeli airstrikes on the Iranian military. And just moments ago, the Israeli government announced that some of the restrictions that had been imposed because of the war are now being eased. There will be, limited gatherings are now being allowed, but crucially, schools and the airspace remain closed. But this is an indication that the Israeli authorities believe that the threat coming from Iran has diminished.
Okay, Hugo, in Jerusalem, thank you.
Pretty interesting. But I wouldn't let my guard down for nothing, because it's just too active.
Circling back to some of the top stories of the day as I take you out to this live image that we have over in Tel Aviv, Israel, as we continue to follow the conflict between Israel and Iran. The latest being this
was from earlier today.
On Wednesday,
So
rejecting
what we're
U.S.
watching
calls
here
for
is from
surrender in the face of blistering Israeli strikes, and warned that any military involvement by the Americans would cause, quote, irreparable damage to them. In a recorded video statement aired by state TV. That's according also to some of the reporting from the Associated Press. I want to bring back this statement that we do have from Iran's supreme leader. Take a look at this here on your screen, in which he said, quote, "Let the Americans know that the Iranian nation is not one to surrender, and any military intervention on their part will undoubtedly result in irreparable damage." This was only the Ayatollah's
Irreparable
second
damage.
public
You
comment
already
since
ended
Israel
the
launched its
irreparable
attack
part.
against Iran last week. Back out here to Tel
That's
Aviv as I
gaslighting.
read
That's what I
along
call.
with some more from the Associated Press. President Trump did initially distance himself from Israel's surprise attack last Friday that triggered the conflict, but in recent days has hinted at greater American involvement, saying he wants something much bigger than a ceasefire. The U.S. has also sent more military aircraft and warships to the region. Now, the state TV anchor, which also aired some of that statement from Iran's supreme leader before the actual video was aired, Iran followed a similar sequence in releasing an earlier statement from the supreme leader, and perhaps a security measure, as his location is still unknown. The
Well,
foreign
Trump
ministry
already knows his
spokesperson
location.
there
You
did
may
not
not know it, but Trump
elaborate, but
knows
thousands of
where
American
he's at.
troops are based in nearby countries within range of Iran's weapons. The U.S. has threatened a massive response to any attack. Another Iranian official said the country would keep enriching uranium for peaceful purposes, apparently ruling out the president's demands that Iran give up its disputed nuclear program. Earlier today, we also saw some remarks from the United Nations ambassador to Iran given this conflict. Let's play out some of those remarks next.
So good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here this morning for this ACANU press conference. We have the pleasure to receive this morning the permanent representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran to the United Nations and the other international organizations. Ambassador Ali Bahraini is Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary in Geneva since September 2022. So, Mr. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you everybody for attending this briefing meeting. When we were arranging this meeting, no one of us was well expecting that this briefing will take place at such a complicated time. But I'm happy that it is a good opportunity for me to share with you our positions with regard to current developments in our region. Before starting, I have to make an apology because I have to leave this meeting for a few minutes to take part in the Human Rights Council and make a statement over there. But I will be back very soon. And I ask you to stay. We have a lot of things to discuss here, and I'm completely ready to listen to your questions and explain for you our positions. If you allow me, first let me to start by saying...
All right, enough of him. Because why he's going to start a meeting and then says, oh, I'm going to have to leave like pretty soon, but then I'll come back and continue the meeting. Like, you sound stupid. Dummy. Yeah. All right, let's go over to this one here.
Here now with the details from the Pentagon tonight, our own Jennifer Griffin. Jennifer, what's going on?
Good evening, Sean. It's unusual for a U.S. president to foreshadow the use of U.S. military force, losing the element of surprise, but the president has been doing that since last night. After his meeting with the national security team in the White House Situation Room, President Trump called Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Dozens of Air Force refueling tankers have been deployed from the U.S. to Europe. All eyes now on Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, home to the B-2 stealth bombers, which are designed to carry two 30,000-pound GBU-57 bunker buster bombs. the massive ordnance penetrator, or MOP, the only conventional munition capable of reaching deep underground and into mountainsides and hitting the main nuclear site at Fordo, 120 miles south of Tehran and 300 feet underground. This video shows the GBU-57 bunker buster being tested by the U.S. Air Force in 2017 at White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico. If the president orders them to fly, it's a 30-hour round trip to the Middle East and would require multiple mid-air refueling, hence the pre-positioning of dozens of refueling tankers to Europe in recent days.
Good restroom
Here
break.
at the Pentagon, Sean, many took note when the president said in a Truth Social post earlier today, quote, "We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Soon we might know more about what that means." Sean?
Jennifer, one question. Do we have any idea? I know it's buried some 300 or 400 feet buried into the ground. We know these are 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs. How many may it take to totally eliminate that last facility?
A lot.
Well, eliminate, it's hard to say, but usually the way this works, each B-2 can carry 2 of these bunker busters, these 30,000-pound bombs. They drop one, then they circle back, or a second bomber will circle and drop in the same spot. So usually it is a 2-bomb process, if you will, where the missile will be dropped and then the second bunker buster is dropped in the exact same spot to get maximum effect.
And they're GPS guided with incredible precision. Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon tonight. Thank you. Hey, Sean.
Definitely going to need more than 2 because 2 is just not enough. And to me, it screams out like too low of a number. You know, I feel like it's just not enough, especially that place is like a fortress. Let's come over to this one here and let's check out this news feed.
And here we go, Israeli jets streaking through the skies over Iran, hammering military targets, including missile launchers and Iranian nuclear facilities.
This as Iran continues firing missiles into central Israel, and now warning if the U.S. gets involved, there'll be, quote, serious, irreparable consequences.
And Mike Tobin is live in Tel Aviv with the latest for us. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Ainsley. Now, this is a nightly routine, but people here in central Israel were sent running for the bomb shelters in the middle of the night with more Iranian ballistic missile attacks. Two attacks came just after midnight local time. The IDFs of some 30 launches of missiles were detected. The missile defense systems did their job. We heard multiple explosions in the sky over Tel Aviv. The IDF says that several missiles did get through, resulting in damage but no injury. Remarkable video from the sky over Jerusalem as a ballistic missile re-enters the atmosphere, creating a fireball in the sky. The IDF says no injuries as a result of that missile either. The IDF confirms one of the drones is down. Iran claims to have shot it down. Israel says no one was hurt, and the wreckage of the drone will not provide an information breach to the Iranians. Iran's supreme leader sent a message over Iranian TV. He refused President Trump's demand for unconditional surrender and threatened irreparable consequences if the U.S. gets directly involved. That was a threat echoed by a top Iranian diplomat.
We are totally ready to give appropriate response. We will start responding to United States.
Israeli fighter jets were busy in the skies over Iran last night. They hit 5 attack helicopters that were on the ground, according to the IDF, as well as hitting production sites and launchers for ballistic missiles. Also hit some key nuclear enrichment sites on the ground in Tehran. The Israeli Air Force now boasts air superiority over Iran, saying that they have badly degraded the air defenses to such an extent they can fly over Iran without much risk of being shot down. Guys, back to you.
So with the Ayatollah's statements, does that make one think that we should worry about our assets in the region, Michael?
Well, you do see some repositioning of the missile launchers from Iran, which is not entirely clear if they are repositioning to aim at U.S. bases, say, in Iraq or some other locations. But clearly they're making those threats, and U.S. forces are on alert because of those threats.
Mike, where are those bases in the Middle East?
Well, you have bases in Iraq in particular. You have naval assets in the region. You have U.S. forces that have been in Syria. You have somewhere around 40,000 troops that are based in the region here, Ainsley.
And then you got Qatar, too.
Yeah.
Mike, just to be clear, the Supreme Leader hasn't offered any type of recommendation of peace or to get back to the negotiating table to try to convince the president that he doesn't want a nuclear weapon, right?
Well, you have heard some Iranian representatives say that they're interested in a return to the negotiating table, but the Supreme Leader, you get more of this bombastic type statements coming out of him.
Yeah. Can you imagine the first time he leaves the country, it'll be in exile? There is talk that
There is talk
make
of that.
to move to
He
Russia.
could go to Russia. Yeah. Any word on that?
No word on that.
Okay.
Go get
Thank
him, Mike.
you.
Thanks.
Mike, you called him Michael earlier. What do you prefer, Mike or Michael?
Michael, do you want to weigh in?
I'm more of a Mike.
I'm more of a Mike.
His mom is the
He's
only one
serious.
allowed to call
He's
him Michael.
laughing.
When he's in
At least you got him to smile.
Thank you,
Mike.
He's always serious.
All right,
So
now
Mike is always serious.
Break.
Mike
it just
needs a
shocked me
beer.
when you said
It was on my brain, too.
Yeah, we share everything with you, the audience. There's nothing you don't know. We're
I
pretty
know.
open. We're pretty open. All right, now to another alert. The Trump administration is weighing options about how to respond to this growing conflict. And this is expected to come up at the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's Senate hearing in just over an hour. Peter Doocy is live at the White House with all the details for us. Hey, Peter.
Good morning. The Ayatollah is saying that he's not going to surrender, even though President Trump has publicly stated that the Pentagon has him in its crosshairs. The president says, "We know exactly where the so-called Supreme Leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter." President Trump could order American forces to join the Israeli fight against Iran within the next 24 to 48 hours, according to a report by ABC News. President Trump had a call with Bibi Netanyahu after a classified Situation Room meeting about next steps. And the Vice President, J.D. Vance, has a message for people who can't believe President Trump would even think about joining this war. He is saying, "I wanted to address some things directly on the Iran issue. First, POTUS has been amazingly consistent over 10 years that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Second, I've seen a lot of confusion over the issue of civilian nuclear power and uranium enrichment. These are distinct issues. Iran could have had civilian nuclear power without enrichment, but Iran rejected that. And of course, people are right to be worried about foreign entanglement after the last 25 years of idiotic foreign policy. There is a bulletin crossing the wires right now that says, this is citing Russian state news, that Vladimir Putin reiterates his readiness to mediate between Iran and Israel. We know the Iranians have been back-channeling to the U.S. that they do want to talk soon. We don't yet know if President Trump would bless Vladimir Putin as the peacemaker. Back to you.
One of the problems, Peter, is
Putin
that
as
the
peacemaker.
Israeli-Russia relationship is
that'd be,
really
something.
soured when weapons turned up with Hamas and Hezbollah in those systems, and they were not a supporter during this conflict since October 7th.
Absolutely. And the rest of the world does not look at Vladimir Putin as somebody who can bring peace. They look at him as an aggressor who started a war in Ukraine and won't end it, even though President Trump has been trying to get him to end it for the last 150 days or so. And so it's very, very difficult. It almost seems like that's too easy. And that this is going to be something where third parties, fourth parties, Middle Eastern partners are the ones who are negotiating this to end it, no matter what
my
happens.
favorite part about this whole thing, Peter, is that the President Putin offered to the president to help negotiate this, to be a part of it. And the president's like, don't you have another war that you should be doing peace yourself?
Yeah.
Well, maybe this is how Vladimir Putin finally gets that Nobel Peace Prize.
Right.
Fox News alert moments ago, Iran Supreme Leader vowing to never surrender, threatening any U.S. involvement will trigger an all-out war with irreparable consequences, as Israel needs an American bunker buster, at least one, to destroy the terror regime's last untouched or virtually untouched nuclear facility called Fordo. Our next guest knows all about the Mideast war on terror. Decorated Navy fighter pilot Matthew Wiz Buckley joins us now. Matt, great to see you. Your thoughts about what our role should be to take out Fordo?
Well, good morning, Brian. Thank you for having me. This is literally a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I am not a big fan of forever wars. Iraq, Afghanistan, some of our other skirmishes, but this is literally a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In Iraq and Afghanistan, we didn't have an ally that went in and completely decimated the enemy and softened up the battlefield. Iran is blind right now. They have no integrated air defense system. All of their sites are more or less open, and Israel has absolute air dominance. So if the president chooses, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to potentially change the course of history.
You're a Navy fighter pilot, unlike the Air Force fighter pilot that would fly the B-2s or the B-52 or the C-130. Do you believe that this could be a mission that could be completed and Fordo could be destroyed from what you know the bunker buster and busters can do?
100%, Brian. This is exactly what this weapon was designed for, to penetrate deep into the ground. Not to get too technical, but these bombs have different types of fuses and sensors on them to literally go through different layers, whether it's ground or concrete. You just kind of program that into the weapon. And once it reaches its designed, or what you set into that bomb, it's going to explode. So
look at that place. Look how huge
Israelis
that
have done a
place is.
decent job of softening up that
Oh,
target,
Lord.
opening up maybe a little bit of a hole.
It's going to take
for
more
Moab,
than two little
to come in.
bombs.
How
like
many do you
bunker
think we'll
buster
need?
bombs.
Don't want to
To
get too
penetrate
much
that
into
whole
that. Let's
facility?
just say these are
Where are all these facilities
these will
underground?
get the job done. The current chairman of the Joint
But
Chiefs
it's
of
gonna
State
take a lot.
Staff, General Raisin Kane, he's an old buddy of mine. One of the reasons President Trump really liked General Kane is because during his first term, he employed one of these massive weapons to take out a mountain of bad guys in Afghanistan. And Trump kind of said, well, why haven't we done this up to this point? And I think Raisin kind of just shrugged his shoulders and looked at some of the higher ranking folks. So one of the reasons I think General Kane is in place today is because he has the skill set and the wherewithal to potentially employ these weapons if the president decides to do so.
And the president doesn't want a ceasefire. He wants a surrender. So let me ask you something. People watching at home go, well, what is our problem with Iran? Maybe we just don't understand the culture. Do you have a different perspective?
These folks really need to study their history a little bit better. I was a teenager when they killed 241 U.S. Marines. Along the way, they attacked the Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia, I believe, and 19 airmen were killed. And then as much as 608 Marines and soldiers were killed by Iranians during operations in Iraq. I don't know what further justification you would need. They have killed our Marines. They've killed our soldiers for decades, and we've never laid a glove on them.
And Iran he told the Taliban, we'll give you $1,000 for every American soldier you killed. And 17% of all deaths in Iraq of American soldiers were directly and at the hands of Iran, at minimum. So I hear you. They have been a problem. And Israel is doing the Western world a favor, and we could finish the job. And I hope we choose.
That's just wild. That's just wild. Let's find out what's this bunker buster bomb, how it works. We need to figure out, because they keep talking about this bunker buster, and let's get an intel of what this bunker buster bomb is capable of.
There are different bunker buster bombs of different caliber, but what sets it apart from the rest is this GBU-57, which is typically delivered by the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber. Due to the bomb's large size and weight, the aircraft can carry only 2 of these weapons in its bomb bay compartments. While it lacks thrusters, the weapon is equipped with 4 active lattice fins and a precision guidance system that enables it to glide accurately to its target using military-grade GPS. Constructed from a specially designed high-performance steel alloy, using its weight when falling under gravity to penetrate or dig itself up to 200 feet of underground soil or concrete. We'll also look into the difference between the massive ordnance penetrator and the mother of all bombs with step-by-step process of how they work, all in the video ahead. To give you an idea of the varying levels of penetration capability among different bunker buster bombs, let's compare a few examples. First, we have the BLU-109, also pronounced blue. It is a 2,000-pound or bomb developed in the 1970s. This weapon is capable of penetrating approximately 1.8 meters or about 5 feet of reinforced concrete.
5 feet, that's not enough.
Next, we move on to the GBU-28, which is equipped with a laser-guided system at its front. This bomb can penetrate to a depth of nearly 6 meters, equivalent to roughly 20 feet, which is as tall as a 2-story building. However, neither of these compares to the massive capabilities of the GBU-57, also known as the Massive Ordnance Penetrator. It can penetrate over 60 meters into the ground.
There we go.
Feet.
That's what they
need. To put that into
need.
perspective, this depth is comparable to the height of a 20-story building, depending on the floor heights.
Oh boy, yes.
These examples demonstrate the significant advancements and differences in penetration levels among these specialized weapons. Let's put an average human here against this weapon, which is 20.5 feet long, giving it a streamlined aerodynamic shape that is crucial for stability and precision. With a diameter of 31.5 inches and weighing an incredible 30,000 pounds, translating to approximately 14,000 kilograms, it utilizes its massive weight to generate the kinetic energy required for deep penetration. This heavy, compact design enables it to break through over 200 feet of reinforced concrete, making it one of the most effective bunker-busting munitions in the world.
Wow.
Let's take a look at the parts of this weapon.
That's interesting.
The most important part is the body casing, made of hardened ferrocobalt alloy to withstand impact.
Okay, that's
Interestingly,
how,
the body comprises
That
more
makes
than 80% of the bomb's total weight. Inside this cover, you will find the following components. At the front is the nose fuse well, all of which are joined by a fuse conduit. Sandwiched within this rod is the explosive-filled 5,000-pound warhead, which translates to approximately 2,267 kilograms. This conduit then connects to a tail fuse, which, interestingly, is the main detonator and is crucial for delayed action. Moving to the back, nestled inside the tail, we discover the intricacies of its guidance system. Here, the inertial guidance kit collaborates seamlessly with a military-grade global positioning unit, ensuring precise navigation towards its intended target.
Wow,
Alongside these components, one can find the adapter ring, which facilitates the attachment of the telemetry antenna, crucial for transmitting data, as well as the encryption key battery, which safeguards sensitive information. Venturing deeper into its structure, we encounter the thermal batteries, vital for powering the system, and the composite fins strategically positioned to aid in directing the missile towards its objective. These fins, meticulously controlled by internal gears, maneuver with precision, responding to commands to adjust the trajectory accurately. Let's take a look at the smaller bunker buster and how it works. It has a laser sensor at the front, and just behind that are adjustable fins. In the midsection, there is a warhead that weighs approximately 650 pounds, containing tritonal explosive. This is a mixture of 80% TNT and 20% aluminum powder. Finally, we have the retractable fins at the rear. To give you a better sense of its size, comparing it to a person can be helpful. The casing has a length of approximately 19 feet long, which translates to around 5 meters. This section is made of an artillery barrel, which is very strong, and has a diameter of 14.5 inches, which translates to around 37 centimeters, making it relatively narrow. They intentionally made the smaller cross-sectional area. This means the bomb displaces less material, whether earth or concrete, as it penetrates layers of reinforced bunkers or building. The smaller cross-section allows it to enter deep into buildings, potentially avoiding steel and concrete. Let's move back to the MOP and its cost factor. The development cost of the GBU-57 is estimated to be between $400 and $500 million, with its production price per unit around $3.5 million. Meanwhile, the GBU-28, a 4,000-pound bomb, costs approximately $100,000 to $150,000 per unit. While the per unit cost of the BLU-109 is approximately $25,000 to $84,000 for each JDAM kit.
Let's
take a look at how this works. Step 1. The bomb deployment platform. As previously mentioned, a B-2 stealth bomber flies at a very high altitude. When the aircraft reaches the designated location and the conditions are optimal, it releases the weapon. The bomb is designed for precision, and the deployment height plays a crucial role in its trajectory and effectiveness. Then step 2 comes the targeting precision. The bomb is outfitted with advanced guidance technology, including GPS and inertial navigation systems, which are military-grade satellites. Then comes step 3, that is adjusting the trajectory. The guidance information and data is then transmitted to the bomb's 4-lattice motors fins located at the rear. These fins can move and adjust in real time, allowing the bomb to correct its course as it descends under the force of gravity. These adjustments are essential because the weapon does not have thrusters to change its trajectory. Instead, it relies on the movement of these fins and a high-altitude drop to control its flight path. This is why the bomb must be deployed from a very high altitude so it has enough time and distance to adjust its trajectory accurately. Here comes the most difficult part, that is step 4, impact and penetration. The bomb, known as the Massive Ordnance Penetrator, weighs approximately 30,000 pounds, which is around 14,000 kilograms.
Wow.
When it reaches its
Very
target,
heavy.
it strikes with immense force, designed to penetrate deep into hardened structures, such as bunkers. The energy upon impact allows the bomb to bury itself over 200 feet into reinforced concrete, ensuring it delivers its payload precisely where it is intended for maximum effect.
Wow.
Finally, step 5 involves the tricky part of arming the weapon. It was installed with 2 SDB fuses. Double fuses are required as a backup. The first is for G-sensing and the second is the time delay fuse. Why the redesign was necessary, it was to ensure that the bomb could strike facilities buried beneath significant layers of hardened material. For this reason, the fuses are placed at the rear of the bomb to prevent them from being damaged. Once the time delay or the G-sensing fuse reaches its destination, it can blow, creating a mini earthquake that can bury bunkers and 20-story buildings inside them. Many people often confuse the Massive Ordnance Penetrator MOP with the mother of all bombs, MOAB, which stands for Massive Ordnance Air Blast. The mother of all bombs weighs approximately 21,600 pounds and is designed to detonate above the ground, creating a massive shockwave and blast radius. However, unlike the MOP, it does not have penetration capabilities. This MOP is capable of digging up to 200 feet underground before exploding. While the Massive Ordnance Penetrator can be deployed from bombers such as the B-2 Spirit aircraft. But this is not the case with the mother of all bombs is so large that it must be delivered via a C-130 aircraft using a pallet system. Once deployed, the bomb is dragged by a parachute and falls under gravity, guided by an inertial navigation system and military-grade GPS. On April 13, the U.S. dropped one of its largest non-nuclear bombs on a tunnel complex in eastern Afghanistan. When it detonated, the blast sucked all the oxygen out of the caves. We make original videos from scratch, so
Wow,
please
that
do
is so
subscribe
freaking
and
cool,
hit the
man.
notification bell.
Very, very, very cool bomb. Is it gonna work? That's the real question. Let's come over here and go to Peter Ducey interview here with Fox Business.
Retired Lieutenant Colonel James Carafano joins me now. Sir, will these bunker-busting bombs actually take out Fordow? Do they work?
Fordow might be too deep even for these bombs. So you
I
could
know.
use them, they would do
It's
some
very
damage, but would they actually
You're gonna need
cripple
a
the
lot of
facility
bombs.
deep inside the mountain? There are people that say maybe not.
I'm told that they
very expensive.
They penetrate the ground, and then when it gets to the maximum depth, the pilot actually blasts creates the explosion, and then so the B-2 has another bomb with it, and they can drop another one on top of the first, and that won't work.
Well, I don't know because I don't know enough about the construction. So, in
And
addition
why
to
are
the
you there
explosion, you're going to
asking
create a
questions, you
lot
dummy?
of shaking and rattling and rolling there. How well are those things constructed? What's the formation of the mountain like? Will it? I don't know. So
But maybe
the
the
answer
Israelis
is,
do.
I don't know.
I don't know if. I don't know. I don't know how much intelligence they actually have on the physical construction of the facility. So the answer is,
sure the
will it work? I don't know. Does the United States, does the United States need to get involved in this conflict? I don't think so. But what I will say is, just the threat that the United States might get involved, that is worth a lot of battalions and a lot of aircraft carriers, because that has to weigh very heavily on the Iranians' mind.
Well, one more, if I may. If we take out Fordow, or if we badly, badly damage it, dropping a couple of these big bombs, is there a radiation leak?
Probably not, because it's so far down there. The mountain's going to collapse on it. You're probably not going to get a lot of leakage.
Okay, let me change the subject for a second. I want you to listen to what Senator John Fetterman had to say about Israel's plans to target Iran's supreme leader, Khomeini. Watch this.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think they should have targeted him. Absolutely, taken him out. I think the way Israel operates, they just take out the leadership, just like they did with Hezbollah, and they've already done that with the Iranian leadership. Just took them out, even laying in their beds.
Well, President Trump says he's not taken him out yet. Why don't we take him out?
Well, we're not a party to the conflict. Israel is. So he's a legitimate target for the Israelis. So fundamentally at this point, it is an Israeli decision. And part of the question is what are you trying to accomplish here? If you really want to just topple the regime, then you might do that. If you realize that at some point you need a structure to talk to, then you might do that. You can't unkill him, right?
That's true.
So it's always better to make sure you know what you want before you pull a trigger.
I must say, I'm a little surprised, James. You're turning into very, very cautious on this. That surprised me. I thought you were.
Well, no, I'm not being cautious. Look, the Iranians have probably depleted over 50% of their missile fleet, which is the only thing they have to respond with. Every day they lose the capacity to use the missile fleet they have left. They're almost prostrate in front of the Israelis. So, you don't need to be reckless here, because this is game over Israel. Now, the Israelis might not be able to topple the government. They might not be able to eliminate the Iranian nuclear program forever, but they're absolutely going to put not just the nuclear program back, the ability to fund the surrogates, the ability of the military, the ability to control it. They're pushing all that back for years. And they've bought an awful lot already. So, I mean, what do you want here?
What I want is to be completely free of the threat of a nuclear device of any kind held by Iran. That's not me that's important here. It's what I think the world wants.
Well, as long as the regime survives, then you will probably try to rebuild that capacity. And at some point, they will be able to do that. But this is the difference is, sometimes people that want to solve a problem forever wind up creating a whole bunch of new problems.
True.
Sometimes it's good enough just pushing it down the road. Because just think about it, by the time this Iranian regime, if they survive, can reconstitute anything that looks like authority in the region, the Abraham Accords will be so much far down the road. Israel will be the 800-pound gorilla in the region. Okay. They will face a very, very different region that isn't going to tolerate a lot of Iranian meddling.
Okay, so let's go to the next feed here.
For days, Israel's defenses have largely held up against Iran's missile attacks. But there's a growing concern that Israel is burning through its defensive weapons. And its Arrow interceptors, which play a key role in taking out Iran's ballistic missiles, are in short supply, according to a U.S. official.
Oh, shit.
The United States, which has been helping Israel shoot down threats, is also expending its munitions. The U.S. official and analysts familiar with the numbers say that Iran has more missiles than Israel and the U.S. have interceptors, raising concerns about Israel's ability to defend itself long term. So here's what the interceptor shortfall means for Israel, its allies, and the broader Middle East. Israel uses different systems to provide a multi-layered defense of its airspace. The Arrow 3 is considered the crown jewel of this network. With a range of about 1,500 miles, the Arrow 3 is used to counter long-range ballistic missiles, including those that fly above the Earth's atmosphere. Arrow 3 has been critical in countering attacks from Iran and Yemen, and it can intercept threats before they cross into Israel's airspace. The Arrow 2, an older version of the system, is also used to intercept short to medium-range ballistic missiles. Then there's David Sling, primarily used to counter medium-range ballistic missiles, among other threats. And finally, the Iron Dome, which is used to shoot down short-range threats like rockets from Gaza. Experts say the Iron Dome is not playing a major role in this current conflict with Iran, and that the Arrow systems and David's sling have been key. Even though some missiles have slipped through, Israel's layered defense has proven to be extremely effective. Israel says its interception rate for ballistic missiles is about 90%, and of the 370 missiles fired by Iran in recent days, about 30 have made an impact as of June 17th. But as Tom Carrico, the director of the Missile Defense Project at CSIS, put it to me, the capability is not the question. It's the capacity that matters. And capacity could be a huge problem because arrows play a key role in shooting down not just Iran's ballistic missiles, but also threats from Iranian proxy groups like the Houthis in Yemen. In a statement, the Israeli Defense Forces said, the IDF is prepared and ready to handle any scenario. Unfortunately, we are unable to comment on matters related to munitions. Israel doesn't talk about how many interceptors it has because if its enemies knew that number, they would know how many missiles to fire at the country.
Exactly.
The company that makes the Arrow interceptors, IAI, did not respond to requests for comment. Back in December, Israel's defense ministry struck a deal with IAI to make more Arrow 3 interceptors. However, the Arrows are complex missiles that cost more than $2 million apiece and take time to produce. Analysts say, in general, defensive weapons are harder and more expensive to make than offensive weapons because they have to be more sophisticated and more precise than the missiles they're designed to take out. Plus, in some cases, you have to fire several interceptors in order to neutralize a missile.
$10 million up in the air.
That's why Israel has been focused on taking out Iran's missile and drone capabilities on the ground during its aerial campaign. The IDF says it has dismantled more than 1/3 of Iran's missile launchers. But Iran has still been able to launch volleys of missiles at Israel. The United States, aware of Israel's interceptor capacity issues for months, has been augmenting the country's defenses.
We are full of gratitude and thanks for the defensive systems that the United States has put in play.
There's the ground-based THAAD system, which can intercept missiles inside or outside the atmosphere. And the U.S. has sent Navy ships into the region, which can counter missiles with SM-2, SM-3, and SM-6 interceptors. Plus, fighter jets can shoot down drones, missiles, and other threats.
And I can say with authority that they have saved hundreds, perhaps thousands of lives over the past 4 days since Iran has been firing these ballistic missiles into our population centers.
But U.S. interceptors aren't unlimited either. For example, defense documents show that the U.S. has only procured about 600 THAAD interceptors to date.
That's it?
So what does all of this mean for the current conflict in the Middle East?
That's not good.
I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple.
Analysts say that whatever happens, officials need to act fast to end the war because the U.S. and Israel can't afford to sit and intercept missiles for an extended period of time.
That's wild. That's wild. Let's throw it back to me and give this news cycle a little break. Wow, $2 million for the Arrow 2? And you imagine, like, they're shooting, like, a whole bunch of them to blow up these ballistic missiles and hypersonic missiles that are coming through. So every time we see this event happens, like, over Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, we're looking at maybe, what, a quarter? Well, depends on how many comes down, but and how many they shoot up. We're looking maybe easy, almost, what, 100 million for each time, each event? Maybe like maybe 150 million, because they got rockets all over the place, and there's times that you get a whole bombardment of like 20 missiles, 20 hypersonics coming in, or ballistics, and at any given time there are different amount of numbers that are coming through. So wow, this is going to be very expensive. This could be deep in the billions. And man, the bunker buster bomb, so expensive. $500 million for one bunker buster? That's a lot of money, man. That's a lot of money. I don't know. It's that's why the US is so fucking hesitant. They're so hesitant because of the fact that it costs a lot. It's war is expensive, man. It's not cheap. But, you got to do what you got to do to protect and keep the planet safe from evil individuals. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Let's go to another story. Let me set this back up here. Let's go to another story.
The Middle East are intensifying. In the past hour, the IDF announced it had detected missiles fired from Iran into Israel. And in Washington, D.C., Donald Trump has been holding a meeting in the White House Situation Room. Communication with those inside Iran is becoming more difficult as well. These are live shots of Washington, D.C. There are reports coming through that meeting might soon be concluding, but we'll wait to see what happens from that. But as I mentioned, Iran is becoming more difficult communication with the country, and there's growing concerns about family members that are caught up in the conflict as well.
These are videos shared with Sky News from people under Israeli bombardment inside Iran. They've painted a picture of fear and uncertainty. Communication is now incredibly difficult, and people are afraid to talk to Western journalists. But we managed to establish Zoom contact with a member of a group of anti-regime activists in the capital, Tehran. We've changed his voice to protect his identity.
I can hear the sounds from my living room, from moment to moment, because I'm in the center of Tehran. I've experienced the sound of explosions and fires. I've seen it with my own eyes. People are getting panicked, and they're helping each other.
With a near total internet blackout in Iran, British Iranians in the UK, like Amir and Atiye, are struggling to get in touch with friends and family.
Yeah, that's not working.
As we film, after several attempts, Amir gets through to his friend who we're calling Ali.
Can you put him on speaker?
Yeah, sure.
Ali has agreed for us to use his voice.
My wife is in a hospital, and I have to go there all the time. I don't have any view. I don't know how can I handle that.
Ali shared pictures with us that he'd filmed of huge petrol queues. He spoke to us from the eastern city of Mashhad.
This is the problem I have right now.
Fuel.
And I'm looking
They're running out.
for gas. All the people fear and
Yeah, I see a Pepsi truck. What's that, a Pepsi truck?
Prepare money to buy anything. The bank is closed. I'm really angry. We are stuck in
Yeah, that is a Pepsi truck. Hold on a second. I need to pause it for a second. Let me just play for a second here. And just keep an eye on this little box right here.
Threatening to
I
join
passed
the
it, but
conflict, the
there's a
activists
Pepsi
we
truck.
spoke to in Tehran told us the Iranian government is still strong.
At the moment, there is high security inside Tehran, and the regime is still able to silence people. So that's why you're not seeing those people who are against the Islamic Republic. They're not coming out, because if they come out, they will die.
Are you afraid of American intervention in this conflict?
Not at all, because the Americans, we believe, are not going to fight with the people. They are fighting with the Islamic Republic. So that's why we're not afraid.
Communication with Iran is getting worse by the day. Activists say this could be a critical moment in Iranian history. Lisa Holland, Sky News.
That is wild. That is just wild. Let's go to another news. Let's go to Rita. Let's check, see what she's up to here.
Now let's hear from Ilan Omar, a woman who seemingly loathes the country that gave her refuge. Here she claims that free, democratic America is one of the worst places on earth.
I grew up in a dictatorship. And I don't even remember ever witnessing anything like that.
This one needs to be expelled. I don't know why she's still given power and given a platform to talk.
Into one of the
She needs to be thrown out of the country.
Countries where the military are in our streets.
Joining me now is
She needs to
Sky
be
News
thrown out.
contributor
I don't
Tina
know.
McQueen. Tina, is
She's a
Ilhan
fucking
Omar
weirdo.
right? Is America becoming one of the worst countries on earth with a dictatorship worse than that seen in third world countries?
Oh, she's an absolute joke, Rita. Honestly, she says it's such an oppressive country to live in. Yet, you know, she's a senator. She has all the luxuries and privilege of that high office. It's unbelievable. She does nothing but whinge and complain the whole time. I don't know how she gets voted in continually, to be honest. She's an absolute disgrace.
Well, if you look at the place that keeps electing her, you'll get an idea why she keeps getting re-elected. Now, President Trump was elected on an America First agenda, and that included no foreign wars that don't serve America's interests. Have a listen to this argument between Tucker Carlson and Senator Ted Cruz. Tucker Carlson is certainly in the group who do not want to see America involved in any sort of foreign conflict, particularly in Iran. But this argument got very fiery.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay. Yeah. How could you not know that? I don't sit around memorizing population tables. Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government. Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant? Because if you don't know anything about the country... I didn't say I don't know anything about... Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran? They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute. It's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran. You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government. You're the one who claims anything about the country. No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the one who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad. They're trying to murder Trump. Yes, I do. Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that, we're carrying out military strikes today. You said Israel was right with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them. Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump, Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity. No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
Tina, what Americans need to understand is that the Iranian regime's ultimate ambition is not the annihilation of just Israel, but of what they call the Great Satan, America. I remember when I was a kid in Tehran in school chanting "Death to America" every morning. That is their agenda. And Trump's efforts in ending the regime's nuclear ambition is an America First position. But so many on the right don't see it that way.
No, you're exactly right, Rita. Look, Trump, America First, he's sticking to the agenda he's always said he would. The main thing is that Iran cannot possibly have any access to any sort of nuclear arms. You know, Trump isn't trying to overthrow the regime. Naturally, we'd all love to see the regime overthrown, but this is Israel's attack. Trump is doing everything he can for peace, and actually he's keeping everyone guessing. No one knows what his next move is going to be, but certainly he won't want his troops going in. He'll certainly support Israel, which of course Tucker has really turned on Israel. So that may be the cause of his angst in that interview and his frustration.
But do you see this though as a massive risk to the Trump agenda in fracturing his supporter base, or is it just a few loud voices who are really behind this campaign against any sort of involvement with America with this Iranian-Israeli conflict? I mean, so far, really, Israel has led the charge, and the Americans have said that we stand by them. We haven't seen any strikes from America yet.
That's right. America hasn't done anything other than support Israel and, you know, state the fact they don't want any nuclear arms. Look, it's a few very loud voices. In the end, I think the Americans that voted for Trump, and his popularity is still strong for second-term president, better than Obama or Bush, I think they'll stand by him and trust in him. And that's what they have to do, because ultimately he'll do what's right for America.
And there are some loud voices who supported Donald Trump who now want to see him impeached. They're not many, but they are loud, like comedian Dave Smith, who, by the way, has been calling for Trump to be impeached and imprisoned for years. He supported Trump for all of 5 minutes and is back to wanting him impeached.
I would be very happy for to see Donald Trump impeached for the illegal, immoral, borderline war of genocide that he's been helping the Saudis conduct in Yemen. Even grading on a curve. He is a war criminal who deserves to be tried and buried under the prison, just with, right alongside Barack Obama and George W. Bush and John McCain and all the rest of them. Let me just say this real quick. Donald Trump should be in prison for war crimes for what he did to the people of Yemen. How's that for taking on the right? You're just defending your Democratic president. I actually stand on principle. Lockdowns and keeping Fauci on the job and Yemen and Israel and Iran, and there's just like the government spending, and there's just a lot of them that it's like I just kind of can't forgive him for, but I think I might vote for Trump. Yeah, Donald Trump, listen, man, I supported him this last year. I apologize for doing so. It was a bad calculation. At the time, it seemed like the right one, but he should be impeached and removed for this one.
But Donald Trump has campaigned on stopping the Iranian regime getting their grubby hands on nukes for years.
Don't let Iran have nuclear weapons. That's my only thing I have to tell you today. Don't let them have it. They would have never had them, including Iran. They can't have a nuclear weapon. That's all. They can't have nuclear weapons. It's too destructive, too powerful. They can't have it. But I wanted to make a deal with them. No nuclear weapons. You can't have nuclear weapons.
Tina, I've got another 16 minutes of vision of Donald Trump saying that over the years. Just hundreds of times he has said this publicly, that he doesn't want to see the Iranian regime get nukes. They can't get nukes. It would be disastrous for the world. And yet it seems like his position at the moment is being treated as some backflip when it's always been what he's campaigned on.
It's always been the case. You know, the nuclear threat is not only to Israel, as you said, Rita, it's to the whole of the Western world. So he's been very consistent on this. And I think it's, he's been right to do so.
Now let's go to the New York Post reporting that Border Patrol agents didn't release a single migrant into the US last month, a staggering drop after the Biden administration allowed 62,000 illegal immigrants crosses into the country in May 2024. So just you can't get much better than that.
That's
a drop
crazy
to zero
amount of numbers. Oh my
within
God.
a year. And it just shows, Tina, that everything the political pundits and activists told us was untrue. They said there were push factors behind this. There was nothing the Biden administration could do, when really, as soon as you took the sugar off the table and you enforced some tough policies, the flood of illegal immigrants stopped.
Unbelievable. A 95% drop since May 24. So different to what the Biden administration, who actively encouraged these illegal immigrants. It was always, oh, don't worry about going through legal channels, come in the easy way. It's insane. And Donald Trump and his administration should be given great credit for this. It's saving the country a fortune, and not to mention the keeping those dangerous illegal.
Look how they just ran in.
Well, that was the issue, wasn't it? When you've got literally millions crossing illegally every single year, unvetted. Amongst them, you're going to have people who are not good people, and they released the figures in recent years. Just a disturbing number of killers, rapists, all sorts of criminals who were able to walk freely in the US.
And not to mention those sanctuary cities, they were giving accommodation, phones, credit cards, all sorts of things that veterans and homeless Americans never had access to, Rita.
Nope. The veterans don't get shit.
This is another win for the MAHA movement, Make America Healthy Again. Kraft Heinz has announced that it will remove artificial food dyes from its products within the next 2 years. And another major
Over the next 2 years.
manufacturer,
Why so
General Mills,
long?
announced a similar measure. They've pledged to remove artificial colours
Yes.
from its full
This is
US
good
retail
news.
portfolio
This is
by
great
the end of
news.
2027. Good news for the US,
Hell
but
yes.
I wonder if we're consuming some of these artificial
Australia?
colourings,
Probably.
Tina, right here in Australia. But this is really what RFK Jr. has been
I
on
love
about,
Australian
to get
news.
some of these ultra-processed foods to be a little bit more healthy for the human body.
Well, what a great appointment RF Kennedy turned out to be. He's doing what's right, particularly for children. I mean, the obesity rates amongst children and adolescents in America is just disgraceful. He's embarrassed by that, and he wants to make America healthy again. These are the right steps, and if he continues down this path, he will turn around the health crisis America does have at the moment, Rita.
And to have two major food manufacturers on the same day make this announcement, Tina, I think is really quite significant. How important is the Maha movement to the overall Trump agenda? Because it seems to be the one part of his agenda that has got supporters from all sorts of backgrounds. You've got a lot of people who may identify as left-leaning who understand what RFK Jr. is trying to achieve here.
Well, I think the Kennedy name has a lot of pull. He's obviously a man of integrity. He's been dedicated to this for many of years, and he always looks back to the presidency of his uncle, where health and fitness was, high on the agenda. He wants to bring those days back, and again, it's the right move, Rita. But he does unite everyone from across the board, across the political spectrum.
Wow, that's so cool. I love how this Sky News, especially Rita, like how they are so approve of Trump. They really like Trump, but they really want Australia to, take notes and implement some of like how Trump is running America. Well, they could do the same in Australia. And Australia could prosper because Australia is awesome. Like, I've never been there before. I know people from there. I know. Hold on, let me make myself big here. I know people that live out that area, and it's really cool. It's really nice. The only thing you got to be careful is those fucking crocodiles. They'll fucking eat you. You go to the beach, you want to get a tan, and you're like, oh, let me go in the water. Don't worry about motherfucking Jaws. It's the wrong Jaws. It's the crocodile Jaws. You got to be careful with. They'll man. And those they're, how many people die like every year from crocodile attacks in Australia? It's you gotta be careful out there. It's really scary, but it's very beautiful. It is beautiful. I love koalas. Who doesn't love a fucking koala? Like, I love koalas, and like I love nature, and like the kangaroos, and I don't want to beef with a kangaroo. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna lose. I already know I'm gonna lose. I'm not gonna punch a fucking. I seen people on the internet, they punched the kangaroos in the face, and I'm like, okay. Well, they was attacking a dog in that one video. So yeah, I agree. I would punch that kangaroo because, don't harm other animals. Come on now. But, kangaroos are very aggressive. You think they're friendly. They're not really friendly. They will want to, they always want to fight. They always want to be starting something. And I'm not the one that's going to be getting kicked. Like, no, I could chill with a baby kangaroo though, like a baby kangaroo. We're friends, They're so cute. They're so like, oh, you want to give them a bottle and you want to feed them, just like the koalas. And yeah, I wanted to go to Australia on one point in my life. I don't think I'll be able to accomplish it because of my health and so forth, but I always wanted to go to Queensland, Australia, and I always wanted to go to this koala sanctuary that's in Queensland. And I did my homework and research, and I wanted to like go and take care of the animals for a day, become a zookeeper for a day, and assist with the zookeeper, of course, and help bottle feed and help around the place. And this was before I got injured and so forth. And when I broke my neck and fucked up my spine, um those dreams really vanished very quickly. There was so much I wanted to do in Australia. I really wanted to go to see the Great Barrier Reef. Like I wanted to like scuba dive and look at the freaking reef, and or get on a glass bottom boat where you could see the reef from within the boat, so you don't have to get in the freaking water. Because every time I get in the water, I feel like I'm in somebody else's house, and I'm like, I don't want to like. I feel weird stepping in other people's homes. If I'm not invited, that's very awkward. In the water, it's the same like the ocean, because it's not our home. It's the sea life's home, and if they're hungry, they're gonna come and get a snack. And a snack could be a piece of your body. It's like, tastes yummy. Yeah, O negative. Like, you taste really good. But yeah. But I really wanted to go to Australia, to see Sydney, and do the stuff that I just mentioned. It would have been really cool. I don't think I can make it there. It's just the flight is too long, and I have a lot of metal inside of me, and I deal with a lot of pain every day, and that trip will be just unless they sedate me and they put me in a coma and they put me like hospitalized and then wake me up over in Australia, then that's maybe a possibility, but no. Unless they could somehow bring that science, and teleport me over there. It's like, yo, Scotty, beat me up. It's like, all right, man. But don't make me like the Fly. I saw the fucking Fly movie in the 80s, man. Remember the Fly movie? Where there's like teleportation from one side to another, and then he had a little accident, and a fly got inside the device with him, and the person became a fly too. And you have to watch the movie. It's a pretty good movie. I mean, it freaked me the fuck out when I was little. That's for sure. I'm just being honest. It was a creepy ass movie. It was, the cool part was the teleportation. From going from one side to the other side of the room. I mean, it opened up like the mind, of course. And yeah, I don't want to become no fucking fly. Like they do that teleportation from America to Australia. Is it possible? I wouldn't want to be the test rabbit on that one. Hell no. I'd be like, fuck this. I'm bouncing out. I'm out of here. I ain't gonna get no fucking next person can take that one. Oh man, I hope everyone's having a good day. It's as scary as the day is going to be, and what's to come, because it's always that energy and that fear energy. Because I feel a lot of fear in people in us, and in Israel and Iran, and a lot of people are scared. A lot of people are really scared. We're very complicit. Like, we're very comfortable in our surroundings where we're at here in America, and we're too comfortable. Because we're in the number one pretty much country in the world. We're protected by oceans, and we're surrounded by Canada and Mexico, and those are our biggest dangers right now. To be honest with you, they're like, it's just a lot of drugs and a lot of things have come through that border, and it continues to come through that border, especially in Canada. It's just ugh. And Mexico, they're slowing it down in Mexico. They're getting it under control. They're still building the wall. They're daily monitoring that wall. They have drones that fly on on every day. There's and at all times they're flying the drones back and forth there, and they're always monitoring that area. But I wish they would have done this in the Biden years. Biden really fucked up the system. You don't understand how bad it is. We're just in the beginning of the fuck up. We're trying to fix it up, but everything's still fucked up, and it's gonna take a long time to get them out. It's not easy when you have 20 million plus people here illegally that came through the border. That's a big problem. That's it's a big problem. But then you have these sanctuary cities that are acting crazy. They're acting wild, and they're run by the Democrats and sponsored by the Democrats, and you can tell who they are. You can tell who's who real easy by how the person acts and how they respond to you. You could tell if they're liberal or they're conservatives. And trust, there's a lot of, especially in the Northeast, there's a lot of liberals up here, and it's a little crazy, especially like New York. New York is fucking nuts. I don't want to go to New York until Letitia James is fired from her position as AG. When they get rid of Letitia James and they tell that bitch, listen, Grimace, listen, you could work at McDonald's as Grimace. We just have to paint you purple, and you look just like it. You look like Grimace. Listen, Grimace, your time is now. Your time is up. You cheated the system. You are a very horrible person, and I feel bad for the people that you have gone after while you were AG. I feel bad for their cases, and I think a lot of the cases that she has put through the system should be reevaluated. That she is such a DEI hire. She is a person that just threw in there, and how the hell can you put that you married your dad? Who in the that's what a fraud, man. What a oh man. It's like karma, right? Karma. And Trump is like the one, right? Because everything is just he's like the one. And this lady put this man through hell. She put him through the ringer. And behind the scenes, even before the trial, she was committing mortgage fraud. She was committing fraud. Allegedly, right? Let's say the word allegedly. Fucking allegedly committing fraud, and not only that, but it was federally, because it was a federal. Oh my gosh, she's so stupid. She's caught, right? It's like when you have a rat and that glue trap. Remember the old school glue traps? And you have this big ass rat coming, Letitia James, the Grimace, aka Grimace, or she's coming like this. Oh, and then she got trapped in the fucking trap, and she's going like this, and she's fighting, and she's saying it's fake, it's not real, it's she's trying to say everything under the sun. Trump is trying to get her. He just got to the J's, and now he's coming after me, and everything is not true. It's not true. It's listen, bitch, you being federally indicted. You've been federally indicted by a grand jury in Virginia, not New York, Virginia. This Trump is like, karma, man, karma. You see what you made me go through, and how you put my, or how you made, you try to dirty me, you try to dirty my name, you try to make me into the bad guy. Okay. Letitia James showing up every day to court to watch, to sit in the seats and listen in on the court while and she's getting paid by New York while she's in that courtroom. Okay, she has nothing. She shouldn't even be in that courtroom. She should have been in Albany, New York. She was just in that courtroom every day while Trump was going through this crazy case, and the fact that it was going and against him. The whole thing was all set up. It was all set up. Even the jury was set up. Like the way they gave the instructions to the jury. Oh my goodness. I'm surprised that hasn't been thrown out yet. That case has still have not been thrown out. Still waiting on New York because New York is slow as fuck. Slow, but their higher courts are really good. So once it gets to there, they'll throw this shit out. This is stupid. He didn't hurt nobody. Nobody got hurt. He actually paid back the banks and with interest on top of it. And the banks are very happy and they still want to do business with him. And they're asking, like, no, we still want to do business with him. He's fucking great for business. Like, but yet Letitia James was there with her like grimace look and negative, like, ugh. And it was all set up by the Democratic Party. This was all a setup. This is the same way that Obama had microphones inside Trump Tower, allegedly. Mic drop, bitch. Same shit in place. Instead of a microphone, you're putting Letitia James and causing havoc with Trump and trying to mess with Trump and distract him. And try to like mess with him emotionally, because the stress is a big factor in early death. Okay, the more depressed you are, the more sad you are, the more negative you are, the more faster you're gonna be 6 feet under. So that's why I try to tell people to be more happier and look at the bright side of things and take care of yourself and make yourself better, be a better person, but Letitia James, she's not a good person. And I'm not going to New York until she's fired. When she's fired, then I'll plan on going to upstate New York. But because I don't like the city. I'm not a fan of the city. And the reason why I'm talking like this because I live in Connecticut, so I'm right next to fucking New York. I'm in between New York and Boston, okay? And I rather prefer to go to Boston than I do New York. New York is very not safe. It's every time I go there, I don't feel right. I feel like very negative energy. Shit, they got Lucifer, aka Statue of Liberty, like standing there, like not very good energy in New York, like very toxic energy. Strong energy, yes, New York is very strong energy, but very toxic. The way they're using it and the way these Democrats are, it's so disgusting. But I hope and I believe things will change once they get rid of the governor hopeful and bring in somebody else. It'll be big for New York. But they need to stop this sanctuary bullshit. Here in Connecticut, we have a lot of sanctuary cities too, and Boston too. And there's no such thing as fucking sanctuary cities, man. It's the fucking United States of America. It's not the divided states of America. There's United, but then there's an asterisk because we got to put in, certain cities are have their own little laws and their own little beliefs. It's like, what the fuck? What is this? Is this like a sovereign thing? Like, is this which is a sovereign citizen? Like, how they claim they're like they don't have to follow the laws and shit like that. I seen like court cases with that shit, and it's just stupid. There's no such thing as sanctuary cities. This is not a sanctuary democracy here. It's the motherfucking United States of America, bitch. And every piece of land here in this country, well, Trump is in charge of it. And I feel sorry for those who go against it, because it's like you're hitting a wall. Like, and you think it's unbreakable. Like, Trump's going to go into the sanctuary cities and he's going to grab those illegals and he's going to send them away, especially the criminal ones, the ones that are the murderers, the ones that are the child, thinkings that they do. Because YouTube are very fidgety with certain words. They're very soft. YouTube. I've had problems with YouTube. I would love to sue the shit out of YouTube because of the videos they took down of my channel, especially during the COVID time and the 2020 elections. Oh, I would love to sue YouTube for the videos they took down, because I spoke the truth and they silenced me. And that I feel like that's fucked up. Like, that's why I always say, fuck you, YouTube. Some of my shows back, you'll hear my displeasure with YouTube and the censorship. Yeah, I wish I would have a talk with Trump. I'm like, Trump, can I talk to you for a sec? Can I just have like 30 seconds? He said, all right, what do you want to tell me? Fuck YouTube. Go after YouTube, change their policies, make it more freedom to speak. It's like, stop the censorship. Not only me, but so many creators that got censored, especially around COVID time and the 2020 elections. Oh my goodness. It's despicable. But YouTube's the number one platform worldwide that's like number one in media. They killed Disney in media. Like, all these other medias that are out there, nope. YouTube is number one. And I feel like YouTube needs to fix themselves up and correct themselves and re-upload the videos that were taken down by a lot of thousands of people. I'm not the only one. I'm just one of many that went through the ringer with YouTube. Surprisingly, knock on wood, my channel was never taken away from me. Okay, so they did censor me. They did put me on timeout. They stopped me from having like any live feeds for a week because of older videos that I had done back in the days. And I guess they implemented some kind of AI bullshit into the system, so they were picking up keywords and automatically they would like flag your video. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's a video I did like 4 years ago. Now you're flagging me now? Are you fucking kidding me? I did a show about this. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I was so mad. And yeah, I had to open up a second channel, which is My Mind Over Your Matter 2. Because I do have 2 channels on YouTube. And the backup channel, I had to go onto the backup channel for a while to be on there because my main channel was taken down because YouTube censored the shit out of me. That's why my numbers are very low. Like my subscriber numbers, it's pitiful. But that's YouTube suppressing me. And they won't put me out in the algorithm. Like, I'll get a taste. Like, my camera's telling me, look, zoom in. You know, zoom in. Like you gotta zoom in. I was handled very poorly by YouTube, and it really fascinates me how the time has changed now, and now Trump's back in office. Let me back out. You can see I'm psychic. Yeah, because I do psychic work. Look at my desk. This is this is where my piece is. This is my altar, but my altar is on my desk. You know, and this what brings my energy and what I am about. And I think I have one of the most beautiful desks on YouTube. I think I'll be number 1 of one of the best setups as far as desks. And every night I turn on my candles. Every show, my candles are on. I always like to radiate the energy and the force of the fire around me. And it feels good. You know, I like looking at it, and it's nice on the eyes, especially when I turn off the lights at night and it's just that glow of the candles. Oh wow, it's so beautiful. But yeah, I was done pretty bad by YouTube, and I'm just really glad everything is the way it is now, and I'm very happy Trump won. Very ecstatic by that, but he needs to be careful. He needs to be careful. I don't trust the people around him because there's someone within that circle that is infiltrated that party, and it's a lot of infiltrators that are in the Republican Party. I don't trust them. And I can pick them all out very easy. But not only that, but Trump needs to be careful with his life. This is just giving me like Kennedy vibes. This is giving me Kennedy vibes, John F. Kennedy vibes. You know, like the hesitation with fighting Cuba with the missile crisis there between Cuba and the United States or Florida, and how they try to do a false flag with an airplane and that they claimed that shot down and it crashed. Like they try to like start a war there, but Kennedy was very like didn't want war. He didn't want to fight. He didn't want to fight. He wanted to be like the businessman. You know, he wanted to negotiate and work something out. And Trump, he's no different. Like I feel like this is like history repeating itself. And the patience, you can see how he's very patient, because if this would have been Kamala Harris president right now, while this war is going on between Israel and and Iran, what Kamala would have done, we definitely would probably be in World War III because of Ukraine and Russia. You see how Ukraine and Russia is not getting much attention? Like the media is not, it's like zero, like coming out of Ukraine and Russia. And I know Zelensky is livid in the G7. I know homeboy is not happy. He's like, the president Trump is not here. No check for me. I come here to get money from all of you motherfuckers. Like I had to fight war and I need money. Yeah, about that. Ain't happening. Zelensky time is almost up, and surrender, my brother. You don't want to fight a forever war, because who the fuck is gonna pay for it? Not the United States. Maybe before with Biden, you got very comfortable and very complacent with Biden. Like, he gave you checks like it was paper toilet. Like, he was wiping his ass. That's how he was giving out checks to Ukraine. He's like, oh, I wiped my ass. Here's another $2 billion, I guess. Whatever. What you want? I left a blank check. You write it in, because I can't even sign it. We have to get an auto pen to sign it, because I can't even sign it. Just put a number, and then, like, I'll have the auto pen sign it. We went through 4 years of hell, and we lived through it. We lived, and we made it through it. Like, we came out like the light, like that's behind me. And we came through that hell, and we're like, oh goodness, we're going right in there. That nice bright Trump light. We're coming from the darkness, and we're going right into the light. Because what a difference. What a difference in energy too. You know, Kamala, I always felt that weird energy with her. Very negative, very possessive energy, very, like, commanding energy. She puts this fakeness, this fake happiness, and the smiliness, but internally she's like rotten inside. She is not a happy person. She's like, I don't know how like Doug is still like with that chick, because that chick's crazy. Literally, allegedly, but literally, she's wild. But if I was to go through, I'll be here all night talking about this, because I got a whole year to catch up, because I was off YouTube for a year because of personal health issues and stuff like that. So I took a whole year off YouTube. But I'm back. I'm back again. But I'm not shady, and I'm not his friend either. But we're gonna take a look at the story, and what I say about Trump needs to be careful. He needs to be very careful. It's bad. I just hope that he serves out his 4 years. I really do. I don't mind JD Vance. I really don't mind him. But I don't want something to happen to Trump, because that energy, I feel it. I feel that energy, that the nation crying energy. And I don't want that to happen. I really don't want that to happen. But Trump needs to always watch his back, and I don't trust his agents. But it is what it is. That's what he has, and we can only hope that they protect them as much as possible. Too many people came into this country. Too many operatives are here within this country, and I feel for her safety. I really do. And let's go to the story, and then I'll jump around and check what's going on with Israel and Iran. So let's go over to this story. It leads right into what I was saying about Trump. He needs to be careful.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Really briefly, we want to turn to a news alert. Take a good look at your screen. The former Virginia Coast Guard member arrested for making violent threats against President Donald Trump will appear in federal court this afternoon. Fox 5 DC's Stephanie Ramirez digging into the charges against him this morning. She joins us live outside of the Alexandria Federal Courthouse with the latest details. Stephanie, good morning.
Good morning, Gina. And this suspect is due in court, the federal courthouse here in Alexandria at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Fox 5 will be covering that preliminary hearing. But going through those court documents, investigators are accusing this person of making threats to assassinate President Donald Trump for the past 5 years. Now, this is a U.S. Park Police sergeant on an FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force who identifies 63-year-old Peter Andrew Stinson as a self-declared Antifa member and former U.S. Coast Guard lieutenant who was previously awarded sharpshooter ribbons for pistol qualifications nearly 30 years ago. He was also a FEMA instructor at one point. More recently, the investigator claims that Stinson has been making threats across social media, court documents quoting several posts, like one from August 6, 2020, reading, quote, "Yes, I would pull the trigger. Would you?" question mark. When President Donald Trump was shot at during a July 2024 campaign rally, Stinson reportedly replied online in part, "If you're going to do something big, get it right," with a wink emoji. And a few months ago, March 9th, 2025, Stinson is quoted as posting about the president, quote, "He needs to be Luigi'd." The comment believed to imply the assassination of someone in power as a means of social justice. Also want you to take a look at this.
Here, we're going to encircle the Capitol. 8647. Impeach and remove. That's what that's about. You thought that's something else? That's in your head, not mine. Impeach and remove. It's the only nonviolent solution.
So that's an Instagram video Stinson posted. We're seeing that 8647 being used more in protests to mean get rid of the 47th president. There are people who do see that as a direct threat, and at least one person did tag the FBI director in that social media video, despite what Stinson said it means to him in his post. It is also worth noting that he's been posting videos as part of his protest against the president. We're told he is also the founder of the May Day movement, which keeps a constant presence outside of Union Station and calls for the impeachment of President Trump. Here's what the group's spokesperson said when speaking to our colleague Fox 5 Bob Barnard about his arrest and charge. So in her comments, guys, do want to note that she did note he said some angry things online. She also said she's not going to speculate whether, or not those are illegal, that it's the prosecution's job to determine that, to argue that. But she also claimed that he has a First Amendment right, just like anyone else does, and that as far as they saw, he operated within his legal rights. This is a 63-year-old who is charged with making federal threats to kill the president. He is said to live in Oakland, Virginia, which is about a half an hour away from the White House around this time. And so, again, due in federal court today at 2 o'clock. We'll see what happens. But the federal government is not taking these threats lightly, as you can see, again, accusing this person of making threats to kill the president for the past 5 years. I'll send it back into you, Gina.
That's wild.
All right, Fox 5.
That is wild. Wild, 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 wild. That's crazy, man. He needs to be careful. I keep saying he needs to be careful because there are people out there, bad people, a lot of bad people, not good at all, and he needs to just. I hope he has a very good team. That's all I just want. I just want the best of the best for him. You know, these you can't trust. You know, and I wish they had a better Air Force One. I really do. I wish they had a better jet. Yeah, the jet that they was given by, I guess it was Qatar, gave them a plane. That was nice, right? Well, the problem with that is they got to strip that plane. They got to strip it. They got to strip the inside. They got to like check every wire, check everything. They got to like, it's going to go through a full like breakdown and reassemble. So they can't just use it and just have the president on there. You know, who knows if there's any devices in there or any spying devices or anything, you know, anything devious. Like, you got to be careful. It's not good. Let's see, what story can we watch next? Let me find another story. Nothing has been really going on with Israel and Iran. It's pretty quiet, so I'm monitoring it. I don't see anything really going on, so that's why I want to catch up on the news and watch it together. So that's what I'm going to be doing for like now on. It's just feeling the energy, listening to the voices, looking at their facial expressions. That's everything that when someone's talking, you pay attention. See how they're reacting, how their hand movements, their head movements, their eyes. If mine's, you can't see my eyes, but in videos like we're watching, you can see their faces, you can hear their voices, and you could feel the energy. Especially that exchange between what was it, the one that we saw earlier. Nah, I got a brain fart. You guys can remind me in the chat if anyone texts there, but we'll just keep it moving. Let's go to this video here of this is Benny Johnson's show. And I just want to show this because they talked about the results from Elon. His I guess it was a drug test results on his social media. I guess Trump posts Elon's official drug test results, which I don't think that's a smart thing to do, because it has to do like with HIPAA and stuff, releasing medical information. So I think Trump could get in trouble for that. Okay, I think Trump could get in trouble for that, because you can't just release medical records and medical information without the patient's acknowledgement and also like authorized. You have to get the authorization from the person to release those information. So is that a HIPAA violation for having test results released? I think it is. I think it is. And let's see what Benny Johnson says about this. That's crazy. I'm telling you, we're living in very unique times. Very, very, very unique times. So let's check this out, and then you guys let me know what you think in the chat, and that's fine.
Elon Musk's regular drug use?
No, I wasn't. I think he's fantastic. I think Elon is a fantastic guy. And
are you troubled by these reports?
Not troubled by anything with Elon. I think he's fantastic. Did a great job. And, Doge continues. And by the time it's finished, we'll have numbers that'll knock your socks off. It's going to be, he did a fantastic job. And he didn't need it. He didn't need to do it.
It's a beautiful thing to see. We have said many times, we don't need Donald Trump and Elon Musk to be best friends. We just don't need them to be enemies. We're fighting a war here, war for the future of Western civilization and our culture and country. And so we just want the most powerful man on earth, Donald Trump, and the richest man on earth, and also very powerful man, Elon Musk. We want them to be allies and not enemies. That's all. Also decided to go directly at the New York Times and post a drug test results after alleged addiction ruined his gig at the Trump White House, which is something that they completely made up. Elon Musk reportedly tested negative for all drugs that he was accused of using and abusing by the New York
That's
Times.
great.
Musk shared a photo of the results on X early in the morning.
He didn't have to do that, man. He didn't have to do that.
Let's go ahead and check that out. Here it is.
Okay, so Elon released it. Okay, then that's good.
Laboratory
Then
final
Trump's
report,
not in trouble.
United States drug testing.
He posted it.
Quite
Elon
official,
posted it himself.
These are this is the donor, Elon Musk. This is the report date. It was just this week. Collected, received, report date. So collected on the 11th of June. And so that would be this week, right? Here we go. Negative for all of it. Let's see here. Bing, 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 bing. Negative for
But
everything.
okay, wait a
They were
minute.
particularly focused on ketamine right?
Hey,
Saying that
wait
he
a
was
minute, wait a
addicted to
minute, wait a minute. He could be negative, right? He just took this of what, a week ago, whatever. The time of that frame where they thought he was taking drugs were a couple of months back, and so forth. Also, tests he manipulated. Yeah, he could probably piss in front of someone, but they could swap out that urine for somebody else's, and you have a clean result. So it's like, unless you're doing it right there at the laboratory, and they get the cup and put it right in the test, and then they test it right there, then that's probably the most. But if you're gonna go and to a doctor and take a piss and submit it, and you know, sending it and them receiving it, something could happen along the way, and it could be manipulated. Because Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. Like he's the top dog right now. He's the dog right now. But tests could be manipulated. I'm just saying they can. So take that test with a grain of salt. Yeah. It's a wild world. We're living in some wild times, man. It's so wild. Oh, let's continue. Benny Johnson.
I mean, so that's quite an own. But what's even better is that President Trump posted that own on his own Truth Social by putting up this clip from Fox.
On X. It's pretty incredible. He put this out on X. It's pretty transparent. And his commentary was completely clean. LOL. This is in response, of course, to the accusation that he's on drugs, including a New York Times headline that from May that read, "On the campaign trail, Elon Musk juggled drugs and family drama." While John's giving us his answer to what exactly is going on here, I wouldn't mind giving a deep dive here on what drugs were on that drug test. I want to know exactly what came back negative.
Yeah, I'd like to see it too. I think it said they're focused on a couple, and I would be like, what about what you're seeing from me? Why did you guys focus on those? I mean, I can look back through my life. The eras when I was being drug tested weren't my proudest ones. I don't think anybody. If everybody looks back at their life, you're like, dude, when was I drug tested? You're like, oh, I wasn't in a great spot.
But it's for my medicine to make sure that it's working on.
Yeah, releasing it on your own social media platform, transparency-wise, is a little. I mean, I'm in downtown New York City. You can go get a drug test on every street corner because there's a medicinal shop next door. I feel like Elon Musk, whatever his drug showed, that's the least of our concerns with Elon. I think if it says nothing, I honestly look around and go, let's get this guy on something.
Yeah, I mean, Trump not that concerned about whatever it is he's taking.
I took a Red Bull and I couldn't get excited. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I take a Red Bull and I got to get my creative juices flowing. Whatever he's doing, keep doing that, brother. You're great. We don't need to test you. You parallel park the rocket. You're good with us.
Yeah. All right. So Donald Trump obviously back in the love and embraces of Elon, and
that is funny.
The heart emojis are being sent between the two.
But like I said, I take the test with a grain of salt.
Substance. Donald Trump posting this on Truth Social, obviously loving it.
I know people have
brother, keep doing it.
Before.
A direct slap in the face of the legacy media that's been peddling baseless drug.
That's why I'm not.
Elon Musk.
Because they got to send it to a lab, right? So
Elon dropped his own drug test,
switched out in transition.
Ketamine, ecstasy, amphetamines, and a bunch of other stuff, like a ton of other.
But he does smoke. He smoked weed.
Would love to see.
I don't know. Does he still smoke weed?
Great
idea.
He smoke
weed when he went on Joe
test and publish the results.
Joe Rogan?
They won't, because they are hypocrites and guilty as sin.
And that's why Tesla went crazy a little bit, like all scared.
Grind, the author
because
of this New York Times
Elon was smoking weed.
Wall Street Journal article accusing Elon Musk of doing drugs.
But they didn't find nothing for weed in his system.
Improve it, right?
Elon, they find mines all the time.
Drugs. This is unacceptable. People saying that Let's assume for a minute, says Elon Musk, that I am on drugs. I'm definitely not. This is a sad case, is saying that I'm kicking ass while wasted. Uh-oh. Tesla down 89 basis points pre-market on the news that Elon is not on. Okay. All of Elon Musk haters after he posted his drug test. Elon shows drug test proves he
but
hasn't done drugs.
Like I said,
all week. Actually, Tesla is doing great.
Well,
Again,
facts,
Elon Musk saying, I'm not on drugs
rebound.
for F's sake. Donald Trump defending Elon Musk again. We love to see it. Donald Trump's done this now multiple times in the White House. He is
this
very
is what
loyal,
brings the
and he
peace
also
between
really
Elon and Trump.
Withheld with Elon. You know, remember, it was a very brave thing what Elon did. He lost $100 billion in net worth by going in and promoting President Trump, driving home this election. Elon Musk lost $100 billion.
Yeah, that's
Any
a lot of money.
single man lost more running for president? Donald Trump nearly lost his life, and that's what actually united both of them.
That's how much it is
So it's
for
great
one
to
of
see the
those
band back together
rockets.
again. We love to see it. Next up, Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon. All right, let's do that podcast at the White House.
Pretty cool. I watched Benny Johnson, the Benny show. Yeah, I watched the Benny show. He's pretty cool. Some stuff he's not funny. He's like, I'm like, why would you do that? But you know, sometimes he's, you know, I like the people that he brings on. So, yeah, Elon. Damn, 130 million. That's how much it was for that one. For what, a couple of rockets, the ones that we saw in Jerusalem, that cost about 2 million. Man, that's not about but that's about the amount that's been going off. Nightly, or depends how many. Like, they've been spending a lot of money defending themselves. I'm pretty sure it's like close to 100 million a night with all the rockets they shoot up to knock out the hypersonic and the ballistic missiles over Israel. It's a lot of money every night, man. It's like millions of dollars right over your heads. It's crazy. That's just a crazy. Just to think about it, it's wild. But we could go live. Let's go live here to Jerusalem. Let me hit play here. Let me just speed this up here. So we'll just go live. That's live. If you want to see the wall, the Western Wall, I do gotta give me 1 second, and I'll set it up here real quick. Let's go ahead and let me get a setup here. All right, here we go. So this is a closer look of the Western. Hold on, let me fix this camera over here. There we go. Hold on, there we go. So I went from, you guys didn't see it because I didn't have the thing up because I was looking at the damn Benny show. Give me 1 sec. Which one was it? It was this one. Okay. So I was looking at this one. So this is Jerusalem skyline. Okay. This is the Western Wall right here. Okay. So there's a camera somewhere around here, back here, that's facing this way, and that's showing a closer look at the Western Wall. So when I come over to the Western Wall, this is what we see here. And this is what we're seeing. A closer look of that the Jerusalem skyline, but this is a closer look at the Western Wall. And as you can see, there are people there. There are people who are praying throughout the night to stop the bombardment and reckless craziness war. But that needs to be done because Iran cannot have any weapon of mass destruction. Gives me flashbacks. Hearing that word gives me I got like PTSD. So certain keywords like really like triggers me. Emotion is one of them. I'm like, start screaming. But Iran does have facilities that are enriching uranium, and they do have nuclear like weapons. They do. Remember, this is decades upon decades upon decades of no real like any inspection. There hasn't been any inspections. There's no there's no oversight. So if there's no oversight, like you could do whatever the fuck you want. You know what I mean? You could just do whatever the fuck you want. And then that's how it is. Yeah, you know, especially with those type of weapons, and neighbor already has fucking weapons. Like freaking Pakistan has like nuclear weapons. They are a nuclear power. So, you know, and they're right borders with freaking Iran. So, and the freaking scientists that they killed, that Israel killed, were from Pakistan. Go figure. Pakistan has been assisting Iran, and you don't hear the news talking about that. Nope, they won't talk about that. It's not in the narrative. Focus on Iran. Just look over here, not over there. But over there's where all the good stuff is. Don't look over there. Okay, so you know, that's why I feel like what's going on. That's why I feel like what's going on. It's like a mosquito attacking a bull, and the bull you're just attacking his ass, and there's still a lot in Iran alive. You think that Iran just have just 3,000 hypersonic missiles? You're very fucking naive if you believe that. You guys are incredible if you believe that. Talk about they have a lot more weaponry. They've been producing every day around the clock for decades and decades and decades. Okay? So yeah. I would caution in the wind with Iran. Be very careful because they could be sucking you into a trap. It could be a trap situation. And trust me, I don't think Iran would care if they tested an atomic weapon just to prove their capabilities on their own land. I'm just saying that would be that could be like the shock of the world, them testing an atomic weapon and showing the world they do have the bomb. And they don't only just have one, they have many of them. The world will freeze. World will like gasp for air. That is wild. That's a wild setup. That's scary. That's scary. But let's continue on with the news. So I rest my voice for a bit and keep smoking my medicine. Because I'm halfway in my medicine. So, like I said, the night's pretty quiet over there. So that's good. Maybe Trump's are working. Maybe, you know, other people are trying to get, you know, like, hey, you know, you don't want to really do what you're doing, but I think they get they don't care. Iran don't care. I think Iran is like, we know we have the weapons. We have like fucking Biden gave us $6 billion. $6 billion he gave freaking Iran. And not only that, in those 4 years, Iran was going like ham, like crazy, building up. So I don't think many people know what Iran looks like. It's mind when you think of Iran. Like dirty people. Like, no, there's a lot of people in Iran that's very wealthy. And then there's very beautiful places in Iran. Very fucking beautiful places. I hope knows what he's doing, and he's pushing pressure, and the only pressure he's pushing is by stalling. Because when you have someone that's stalling, and it's like a poker match. This feels like poker. Oh my god, this is like Texas Hold'em. I love it. It's like, show us your cards, because Trump shows his cards. He's like, all right, I'll show you this card. I'll show you this card. But I'm going to hold on to these over here. You just get a tease of what I have. Now, it's your turn. And they're scared as fuck because they know Trump is holding the cards. Fucking Zelensky is out of the fucking match. His cards, even Trump told him, listen, bitch, you got no fucking cards. you don't have cards. You don't even know how to fucking play the game. Okay? You're just a puppet. And then you're gonna find out, real quick. Oh my god. Zelensky. Crack me up. Anyhow, let's go watch this. Let me set it up here. And keep on with the news. Oh, then you put the volume up. It'll fucking help, right? Thank you, Rick. You're too funny. I know. It's a good night tonight. I feel good. I don't feel too painful, but the medicine is really helping. Medicine always helps me. Like, it truly helps me. I smoke every day, 1 joint a day, or 2 on the show, depending. Because I only smoke on the show, and the reason why is because I'm talking on the show, and let me make myself big. It's my turn, not you, Mr. Live Now. Well, when I smoke, it helps me. It really does. It helps with my PTSD. It helps calm a lot of the stuff that I go through every day. But I like to smoke on the show because I'm talking, so I'm expanding my lungs and I'm inhaling and exhaling as I'm speaking, and I'm smoking, so it gets more penetrated inside, like the bunker buster. It penetrates 20 feet in. No, it gets my system more rapidly, I believe, than just smoking in and not talking, because it's just different, And I always like smoking and talking because I like get more of the effect of the medicine, and you can tell the difference when I first start off and then when I start smoking, because I get hype. I get a little hype, and sometimes you get the munchies, and it's okay. It's okay. I don't get the crazy munchies. I don't. I just I eat like a cup of rice pudding and I'm good. And that's my munchie. A bottle of water, which I always have. I always drink a lot of water. Drink water. Talking about drink water, I'm drinking some one now. That tastes good. It's like, tastes good. What did it taste like? Tastes like nothing. That's why it tastes good. Because it's what it is history. I mean, you know how many other people drink this water before me and I'm re-drinking it now? You think this water is new? It's not. Many others have drank this water before I have. And the water's going to go through my system. I'm going to evacuate it by using the restroom, and it gets recycled, all over again. And there's your lesson. Okay, so let's go back to the enough about me. Let's go back to the news.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. In our continuing coverage of the Iran, now Israel conflict, we're now, I believe, going into day 6 of this. We have pictures over the skies of Jerusalem right now and Tel Aviv. Take a look at this. Now, though, one of the key questions is, where does Vladimir Putin stand in all this? Whose side is he on? I want to read from the Associated Press here. They say this: Putin spoke to both Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, offering to help de-escalate the conflict. In his call with Pezeshkian, Putin condemned the Israeli strikes and offered his condolences. He noted that Russia has put forward specific initiatives aimed at resolving the situation around the Iranian nuclear program. Russia's foreign ministry issued a strongly worded statement condemning the Israeli strikes as quote-unquote categorically unacceptable, warning that, quote, all the consequences of this provocation will fall on the Israeli leadership. It urged both parties to, quote, exercise restraint in order to prevent further escalation of tensions and keep the region from sliding into a full-scale war.
Okay, now, let me give you my energy reading from this. Okay, and I will continue this in a moment. What I felt inside, there's more to it. There's more to it. I think Russia knows that there's a lot in Iran and a lot underground, and they're manufacturing a lot of uranium. I really think that he really wants Israel to stop bombardment and so forth, so they don't affect certain nuclear sites that are very important to what they're trying to do between Russia and Iran and other players around there, because it's not just Iran, it's just other players. I truly think I believe that there's a lot of weapons, a lot of, and I hope they don't go crazy and say, do a kamikaze thing, because it could be a kamikaze thing. They could be like, fuck it, shoot them all, shoot everything you have, all the nuclear weapons, shoot it all at Israel at one time and just destroy Israel at one blow, and just deal with the deal with the U.S. pretty much annihilating the country, but destroy Israel once and for all. It's all becoming biblical now. Which direction is this book gonna go? It's history. This is all history. Like, we're living history. So let's go back to the Putin, the energy. Like, I felt like, he condemned Israel for the assault, the preemptive assault on Iran, and all the scientists and the generals and all that they killed with this precise bombings, and took out many horrible people. The scientists was like pretty impactful, but there's more scientists. It's not just those that they killed. There's so many scientists. I don't think they could get them now, because they're really protected. They're hiding. So let's go back to the Putin and let's finish up and listen to him. to the report, and we got like 9 more minutes.
In Putin's call with Netanyahu, he emphasized the importance of returning to the negotiation process and resolving all issues related to the Iranian nuclear program exclusively through political and diplomatic means. He also offered his mediation in order to prevent further escalation of tensions. According to the Kremlin, they're in a readout. Now, the readout added, quote, it was agreed the Russian side will continue close contacts with the leadership of both Iran and Israel aimed at resolving the current situation, which is fraught with the most disastrous consequences for the entire region. Well, how does this all fare with Russia as mediator in this, and especially with the war in Ukraine continuing, Russian bombardment, especially of Kyiv overnight, leaving multiple people dead and many buildings damaged or destroyed? Let's talk about all of this with our friend at the Foundation for Defense of Democracy, being with us here. Russia offering to play mediator with Israel and Iran. Do you buy it?
Absolutely not. We should not fall for Putin's game, as he's basically the arsonist who just plays fireman. And Putin never misses an opportunity to seize any opportunity to advance his interests and exploit crisis. So this time around, as Israel's attack on Iran's nuclear program continues, Putin is flexing actually his diplomatic muscles. And as you mentioned, he just offered to be a mediator, which is quite really ironic. And not only did he offer to be a mediator, but also to take uranium for Iran as part of a nuclear deal. Russia has really a long history of trying to portray itself as a neutral mediator. Just think about Syria, Libya, Africa, Armenia, Azerbaijan, just to name a few. And for Putin, actually, his stakes are extremely high. Because if you think about Russia-Iran strategic partnership that they actually signed this year, and also Iran supplied Russia with Shahed drones and missiles against Ukraine that Putin is using on a daily basis, that relationship actually is also goes beyond security. They have a mutual enemy, which is the United States. And I think it's really interesting that you almost have to admire Putin's cynicism, who perceives Washington as an enemy, yet he offers to negotiate the deal.
So that's my next question. We just want you some file footage there of Putin here. They just signed, Russia and Iran, this strategic partnership not even a full year ago. Did Iran expect Russia to step in more on their behalf? Because they haven't so far. Have you seen any indications that they have? What are they offering to Iran?
Actually, if you read Russian media, Russia is already trying to undermine this whole situation and to claim how Russia should not be involved militarily in this situation. So Putin is really in a not such a great situation because he cannot help Iran in any meaningful way. But the real question is, why is Russia actually doing this? Because Putin wants to pander to Washington to strengthen his position in negotiations on Ukraine and to show that Russia could be a game, and we should not fall for that. And not only that, Putin actually openly stated that the greatest catastrophe of the 20th century was the collapse of the Soviet Union. And let's not forget that he's trying to portray Russia as a superpower, and that's why he's trying to put Russia back on a negotiating table. And Putin is also not really in a great situation because think about just what recently happened in Syria. Nobody likes a loser, and Putin actually lost his ally over there. So right now, Putin is a really in an uncomfortable situation because he might lose another ally such as Iran. And finally, my point is, if you think about a new axis of aggressors between Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, it tells you all you need to know why Moscow is currently panicking. On the other hand, what I'm also a little bit concerned is that Russian media is already portraying this also as an opportunity because the West is focusing on the Middle East, and Russia can use this to its advantage in Ukraine.
I see. You know, Ivana, could it be that Iran needs more from Russia than Russia needs from Iran in kind of that calculus? And you brought up, we'd be remiss if we didn't say, after the fall of the Assad regime in Syria last December, Putin offered him what I'm not going to say asylum, but safe passage there in Moscow. And so I was seeing some reports, and not entirely sure if they've been verified, that Putin made the same type of offer to some of these key Iranian leaders. We'll have to see whether or not that plays out. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves here or put the cart before the horse here. But to your point, the President Trump and Putin, they also got on the phone over the weekend. They discussed the escalating situation in the Middle East. Putin's foreign affairs advisor, his name Yuri Yushakov, said the Kremlin leader emphasized Russia's readiness to carry out mediation efforts and noted it had proposed steps, quote, aimed at finding mutually acceptable agreements during U.S.-Iran negotiations on the Iranian nuclear program. To your point, is Russia going to use this opportunity, maybe that the United States is now preoccupied with resolving this latest conflagration in the Middle East, to step up its attacks on Ukraine, to leave any kind of prospect of peace talks between Ukraine, the U.S., and Russia? Does this give Russia cover? The States is preoccupied. Yes, the United States can walk and chew gum at the same time, but how will Putin use that to his advantage?
To begin with, the reason why Russia offered this deal to Washington, it is because Putin understands that Washington loves to talk about business deals and deals in general. And basically to pander to Washington to show that Russia could be a reliable partner. On one hand. On the other hand, Putin understands very well that currently all eyes are on the Middle East. And what you just explained in the very already launched an awful attack, yes, on Ukraine, targeting civilians. Putin is testing the West and making sure that we are not going to respond. So we have to understand that what's happening with Iran, it's also very much linked to Russia, linked to China and North Korea. So this is a truly new axis of aggressors that we have to tackle at the same time.
All right, Ivana Stratner there. We could talk all night. There's so much to get to, but we'll leave it at that. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Okay, and then
Cannot be trusted. We can't. It's just, and they try to mediate, but they're over there sending a lot of bombs over to Ukraine, and then they want to be the peacemakers. They're going in Ukraine. Ukraine is very corrupted. So then Putin and what he's doing. So it's not like I just feel bad for the innocent people that are being killed. But the balls that Putin has to be like, yeah, I want to mediate this while I'm giving the go to attack the shit out of Ukraine. You know, what's the difference here? How come you can't mediate your own war and make some kind of peace treaty or some kind of like ceasefire with Ukraine? It just baffles me. But this is a live look. Let me see if it's. Give me one sec. Yeah, it's live. It's a live look because you can see it's the blinking lights back here. So you'll see some little blinking, and you can see the people moving around here. This is the Western Wall in Jerusalem, and I have the footage of Jerusalem. Well, you can see the Western Wall also, and then you can see the skylight. The skylight up. Nothing's really happening. Everything's eerie, quiet. Is it the calm before the storm? This is a live look at the skyline of Jerusalem, and you can see right here in the Western Wall. We're just watching the feed from. So if the sirens break out, if you could put the volume up here, it's quiet as it should be, right? Be especially over there, they should be sleeping. And yeah, this one over here is a little loud, the close of but from here it looks like a normal night, how it should be. Full normal light where people are asleep, fast asleep, and they're dreaming right now. These individuals here in our picture, a lot of them are asleep and having fear of when they're going to hear that siren again and wake up and have to move to a bomb shelter. Just man, that must really suck. Time you hear that siren, you got to run to the bomb shelter and hide in there. Some people that have like these bomb shelters in their homes, they usually have them and they hide inside and they'll sleep in there. Their supplies and everything that they need, they would put it inside. And let me make myself a little bit bigger here. They would put all the supplies in there and water, and they'll put a television, battery operated televisions, and they'll have electricity in there, and they have like backup power inside those little bunkers. It's just weird to live like that. You have to live in here. You can hear the prayers. Yeah, so I just wonder if later tonight, if things starts popping off, um, it could happen. Anything. Listen, anything could happen. Um, let's go back to the wall here, and you can see those praying at the Western Wall. And this is a live look. You know, it'd be sad if a bomb was to, or hypersonic bomb goes and blows up the wall. It would definitely make history, for sure. It'll be in the history books. But Israel's been talking about doing this for over 30 years. Let's listen to this. Let's go over to the skyline of the Western Wall, Jerusalem. It's nice that it's quiet, you know. It's just scary when the sirens go off and we starts. Here's another live camera feed of Jerusalem. So it's like the calm before the storm. When it's really quiet, least expect, and something happens, boom, and chaos breaks out, and bombard you everywhere, and you're running for your life because you don't know where the debris is gonna fall. Because what goes up must come down, right? You think the parts of the bomb just disappear? Parts start raining down on these civilians, and sometimes many homes, cars, lives gets destroyed and ruined. But we'll keep it here, for a bit. I'm gonna find some more stuff to watch. Maybe we says there's nothing really going on there. Let's watch this here real quick.
All right, a lot coming up on the show tonight. A big show, as I said, exclusive interview with Israel's Deputy Foreign Affairs Minister, Sharon Haskell, later, plus Miranda Devine coming up. But now let's jump straight into it with our panel. Labour legend Graham Richardson and filling in for Michael Kroger, Sky News host Caleb Bond. Welcome to you both. Now, I actually want to start with the fact that I'm being inundated with emails and messages from Australians who are stranded in Israel or their family members, and they're shocked that the Albanese government is doing almost nothing to help them evacuate the war zone. So the Albanese government rushed to bring Gazans here, but they aren't doing enough for Australian citizens in Israel.
Wow.
And I presume it would be the same for Australians who are in Iran. Richo, the government should be doing more, shouldn't they?
Yeah, the government should be doing more. I think there's quickly.
Caleb, this is a highly dangerous war zone. I mean, it's pretty irresponsible of the Albanese government. My friend Joel Burney from AJAC, he's managed to get 2 groups of people out of Israel by evacuating them to Jordan, making sure they're met safely on the other side. The Albanese government's not doing that.
Yeah, and for those people, and I know a number of them who've been involved, it's been a bit of a traipse home, but that's part of the deal. I mean, it's not easy to get someone out of a war zone, but it's easier for a government to do it than it is for a private organisation to do it. Of course, airspace over Iran is pretty much closed at the moment. That's a different matter, but Israel is not. How hard can it be to get a few planes in there or to a nearby country like Jordan, get people over the border and get them out? If you really wanted to do it, you could do it. It takes logistics, it takes time, and it takes money. We've done it before. It's not like these options aren't available to us. So it doesn't, there's no obvious reason why you couldn't just do it now. Send the planes over there, get it done, get them out there.
And they couldn't send them to Ben Gurion Airport because that is shut. But you're right, they could, of course, to Jordan or even potentially Egypt. But Jordan, I would say, is safer. Richo, just on the broader question of what I've been speaking about tonight, but the whole world is waiting to hear what Trump does. It does make sense for America to back in Israel just to finish the job, the last 10%, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I can't see a reason why we can't go along that line. Look, we muck around with these things too much. What it requires is decisive people. who make big decisions and make them quickly. Not easy to do, but must be done.
No, indeed. Well, perhaps not easy for some to do. Caleb, why is the Albanese government so out of step with the rest of the world here? I mean, they can't praise Israel. They're finally using some harder language against Iran, but they're certainly not endorsing Israel's campaign, not explicitly.
I feel like they've been caught on the hop almost because, of course, we know that the attitude they've taken to the war throughout the entirety of this war. And so you come to a point like this, which is a pretty clear moral decision to be made for anyone in the West, which is that Iran, in one way or another, should not be able to have nuclear weapons, and that for the greater good of the entire world, let alone the West, it should not be allowed to have nuclear weapons. And I feel like Penny Wong and Anthony Albanese have reached a point now where they feel like if they were to say, well, actually, Israel is doing something good for the world now, it would negate everything else they have said throughout the war. And so they find themselves in this difficult position of thinking they have to be consistent in everything they've said to this point. You know, they can admit, look, we haven't been on board with Israel the whole time, but on this point specifically, we agree with what they are doing, which is for the benefit of the West. If they can't even concede that, it is absolute weakness, which probably goes to part of the reason. It is
absolute weakness.
It goes to part of the reason that Donald Trump didn't want anything to do with it.
Wow. All right. Let's bring it back to me. And then I'll set up for a couple of other stuff that I want to watch that I just saw that was posted up. So we'll watch it together. And then, yeah, if you have any opinions, you can share it. I was just looking for some to watch, and I found some really good ones that we should take a moment and watch. I just got to take a moment to set it up. Set it up. Set it up. As I'm. So, just put it all together. Maybe I could go there. We'll go over here. And then BP, the real BP Earth Watch, released a video, 17 minutes long. Oh, Lord. We'll take a look at that, too. Because I do like his reporting, too. He's really cool. He's really good at what he does. He has a good heart. Okay, so let me... Okay, I did have it here. Let me just pause that here. Okay, we got one of Trump. Okay. These two here, I gotta set them up back to back. Because we're gonna watch also Jason A. Jason A is a good YouTuber. You definitely gotta subscribe to his channel. And because he puts a really good compilation of videos. And we're gonna check him out right now. We're not gonna hesitate to do it right now. All right, so here we go. Let's just now listen in. This is the fight. This is the fight that I was talking about. This is the fight with Tucker. This is Ted Cruz. There you go. I remember his motherfucking name. Like I had a brain fart for a moment. I couldn't even remember him. And so now I see him. Like I'm like, yeah, you Ted Cruz. You need to do something about your beard. It looks weird. It doesn't look right on him. He should just shave it. He looks better shaved. Like it looks weird. But let's listen in to the fight. Yeah, it's interesting.
Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that? How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables. Why is it relevant whether it's,
because
it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute.
It's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
claims anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the one who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
They're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. If you really believe
we're carrying out military strike today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
this is
Israel.
High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my. You pull out the phone and use the Google.
It's in Genesis. But so you're quoting a Bible phrase. What does that even mean?
It's so uncomfortable.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two,
hold on.
I'm not holding on.
Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what? Hold on. Define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
And so is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the descendants
God's
of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator. It's a democratic country that elected.
He's the prime minister.
Right.
What?
But just like, America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually, the American people elected Donald Trump. The same principle
This is
there.
silly. I'm talking about the political entity of modern Israel.
Yes, and that is
You believe
Israel.
that's what God was talking about in Genesis.
I do, but
that country's existed since when?
For thousands of years. Now, there was a time when it didn't exist, and then it was recreated just over 70 years ago.
I'm saying, I think most people understand that line in Genesis to refer to the Jewish people, God's chosen people.
That's not what it says.
Okay, Israel, but you don't even know where in the Bible it is. But I just want to pull that thread because it's so important. I voted for Donald Trump. I campaigned for Donald Trump. Yeah. He's our president. And we're on the cusp of a war. So if there's evidence that Iran paid hitmen to kill Donald Trump, and is currently doing that, where's that? Like, what are you even talking? I've never heard that before.
Okay,
where's the evidence? Who are these people? Why haven't they been arrested? Why are we not at war with Iran?
That's a great question to ask.
How do you know that that's true?
It's Iran and their proxies who have threatened to retaliate against you and your team by killing you guys for taking out Soleimani.
Well, they haven't done that, and that would be a terrible thing for them to do. Not because of me. If they did that, they would be obliterated. That would be the end. I've left instructions. If they do it, they get obliterated. There won't be anything left.
Damn, he said he left instructions.
They should be able to do it. And Biden should have said that, but he never did. I don't know why, lack of intelligence, perhaps. But he never said it. if that happens to a leader or close to a leader, frankly, if you had other people involved also, you would call for total obliteration of a state that did it. That would include Iran.
We know that it's true because we have been told that by the military and our intelligence community for the last 2 years.
We meaning who?
Congress has and the public. I mean, we've had multiple testimonies. I can send you testimony.
Do we know the names of the people or where this happened or what they tried to do to kill Trump?
We do not. We have not apprehended an Iranian hitman trying to kill him. We know that Iran is trying to do so.
In the United States?
Yes. And by the way, like Iran...
This just seems like a huge headline, and you're acting like everyone knows this. I didn't know that.
Iran put out a whole video about murdering Trump.
Right, but I've never heard evidence that there are hitmen in the United States. I mean, trying to kill Trump right now. We should like have a nationwide dragnet on this, and we should attack Iran immediately if that's true.
No,
don't you
not
think?
really.
No.
If they're trying to assassinate our president?
They have been for 2 years.
They're
They
here.
are in a war with them.
Well, we are trying to.
Why don't we just nuke Tehran if they're trying to murder our president? There's nothing that you could do that would be worse for the United States than murdering Trump. And I just don't understand why you're not calling for the use of nuclear weapons against the Ayatollah right now. I'm serious. If you really believe they're trying to murder
the use of nuclear weapons, see,
whatever
that's part
it
of the
takes.
problem of. So
What do you mean? You don't seem to take the allegations seriously. I do. If you believe they're trying to murder Trump, we need to stop what we're doing.
Yeah, but you don't have to go to nuclear.
And punish them. You seem to.
See, that's where Tucker is wrong.
Tucker, it's a very weird thing. The obsession with Israel. When we're talking about foreign countries,
it's hardly an obsession.
You're not talking about Chinese. You're not talking about Japanese. You're not talking about the Brits. You're not talking about the French. The question: what about the Jews? What about the Jews?
Oh, I'm an anti-Semite now. Senator,
you're asking the questions, Tucker. You're asking, why are the Jews controlling our foreign policy?
Senator,
That's what you just asked.
Hardly saying that, and I have.
That is exactly what you just said.
Well,
so you want to ask, how does supporting Israel benefit us? Right now, this tiny little country, the size of the state of New Jersey, is fighting our enemies for us and taking out their top military leadership and trying to take out their nuclear capacity. That makes America much safer.
You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question? Will you strike the Iranian nuclear?
I don't know what's up with Tucker lately.
And what time exactly?
Tucker's been acting a little weird.
Sir, would you strike it?
Weird.
Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch? I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble, and they want to negotiate. And I said, why didn't you negotiate with me before? All this death and destruction. Why didn't you negotiate? I said to the people, why didn't you negotiate with me 2 weeks ago? You could have done fine.
It's a great question. Well, the president also reiterated exactly what he wants from the Iranian regime.
But is there anybody here that said it would be okay to have a hostile, very, zealots really, but to have a hostile country have a nuclear weapon that could destroy 25 miles, but much more than that, could destroy other nations just by the breeze blowing the dust. That dust blows to other nations and they get decimated. This is just not a threat you can have. And we've been threatened by Iran for many years, and we cannot let Iran get a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time. And I mean it more now than I ever meant it. Two very simple words, a very simple, unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give up. No more. Then we go blow up all the, all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place there. No, they had bad intentions. For 40 years they've been saying death to America, death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like. They were bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore.
He seemed to directly address this. Here's what he said. Americans must know that the Iranian nation will not surrender. Joey, in my years studying international relations, when you're talking about nuclear war, one of the calculuses is having rational state actors on the other end who have a limiting principle. That limiting principle is self-preservation. I'm not sure when you're dealing with fanaticism, that limiting principle is there, which underscores why Iran can never have a nuclear weapon.
Wow. Jason A does a great job, man. Go support him and subscribe to him. He's really, really good. He puts a lot of good videos together. He has another one here that I want to check out together. He just got the volume and make it nice and big for us. and let's go.
Иран выполнял все взятые на себя обязательства по известному соглашению, о котором мы сейчас упомянули. Все. К Ирану невозможно предъявить никаких претензий. Затем Соединенные Штаты в одностороннем порядке решили выйти из этого соглашения, а европейцы продолжили требовать от Ирана, чтобы он выполнял взятые на себя обязательства. Ну, это, вы уж меня простите, но это бред. Не Иран же вышел из этого соглашения. США вышли. Бывший президент Трамп взял и принял решение выйти из соглашения. А европейцы говорят, да, это не очень хорошо, что американцы вышли, но вы, иранцы, все соблюдаете. С какого хрена-то иранцы, извините, так по-русски звучит грубовато немножко.
Especially as we know, Russia now warning the U.S. against providing any direct military aid to Israel. How significant is that warning, especially coming from Russia in this moment?
Yeah, well, I think the threat from Russia is possible. I think there's a much bigger threat if we were to get involved to Iranian forces directly attacking U.S. forces in the region, or worse, Iranian proxy forces striking U.S. forces. Again, we've got somewhere between troops arrayed across 8 to 15 bases throughout the region, Baghdad, Kuwait. Al-Assad Air Base in Western Iraq, the UAE, Bahrain. This is why we've ordered the partial evacuation of the embassy in Baghdad and provided resources for withdrawal of U.S. dependents out of Bahrain. They're all within range of Iranian ballistic missiles, and they're all within range of Iranian proxy forces who have been attacking U.S. forces for probably since 1979, but certainly in the Iranian playbook in attacking U.S. forces using proxy forces. And that, I think, is a huge risk to our forces in the region.
That is deeply, deeply concerning, especially because there's been a thought that these proxy groups were perhaps depleted in this moment. But if that is a plan, right, that is deeply concerning. General Robert Abrams, it's always good to
that's not happening.
Israel has been bombing Tehran relentlessly. Iran, on the other hand, has fired over 400 missiles at Israel. Israeli air defenses have struggled to stop the incoming missiles. Now Iran has unleashed a new missile, a hypersonic missile. This comes at a time when Israeli Iron Dome has less than 2 weeks of ammo left.
Подземные заводы, они существуют, ничего с ними не произошло. И в этой связи, мне кажется, было бы правильным всем вместе поискать пути прекращения боевых действий, потому что уровень доверия достаточно высокий между нашими странами. У нас очень добрые отношения с Ираном. Мы могли бы продолжить эту работу и обеспечить их интересы в этой сфере.
Have you seen the Tucker Carlson and Senator Ted Cruz interview? It seems like this issue on whether or not the United States should strike is kind of dividing a lot of your supporters.
No, my supporters are for me. My supporters are America first. They make America great again. My supporters don't want to see Iran have a nuclear weapon. Tucker's a nice guy. He called and apologized the other day because he thought he said things that were a little bit too strong. And I appreciated that. And Ted Cruz is a nice guy. I mean, he's been with me for a long time. I'd say once the race was over, very simple. If they think that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon, then they should oppose me. But nobody thinks it's okay. People that I don't want to fight. I'm not looking to fight. But if it's a choice between fighting and them having a nuclear weapon, you have to do what you have to do.
War's 6th day has delivered a seismic shock. Iran has fired its Fatah-1 hypersonic missile directly at Tel Aviv, marking the first time such a weapon has been used in the conflict.
We extend our congratulations to the devoted commanders and fighters of the IRGC Aerospace Force over the 11th wave of the proud Operation True Promise 3 carried out using first-generation Fatah missiles that marks the beginning of the end for the so-called legendary air defenses of the Zionist army and the confusion and self-harm among the Zionist thugs.
The Fatah 1, developed by Iran's Islamic and unveiled in 2023, is a medium-range hypersonic ballistic missile with a range of 1,400 kilometers.
These are starting to act a little weird over here.
Any target in Israel from deep within Iranian territory.
One sec.
What makes the
There might be a cyber attack going on right now. Definitely might be a cyber attack going on. And they got no choice. They can do that, you know. They can definitely do that. But I'm having I had technical issues earlier, and like it seems like it's back again. And trying to figure this thing out. Yeah, big time technical issues over here. I can't even see my camera at all. Like, let me see if I can take a picture of it. It'll last me longer. Hold on, let me see if I can make myself big. I just see a black screen. Yes, let me see. I'm seeing it from my phone. So, okay, so it did open up. Is it frozen? Am I frozen? Seems like an attack. It feels like a cyber attack. There could be a big cyber attack happening right now, as we speak. I think there's a cyber attack going on. Yeah, it has to be a cyber attack. That's what it looks like. Hold on, let me see if I can hear myself on here. Okay, I hear myself, but I can't see myself. So let me off the camera and turn it back on. Add me to the stage. No. Just weird. It's just weird. Like I can remove this and then add me to the full, but I only see a black screen. Page. That's crazy. It might be a cyber attack. I'm telling you, this it's getting weird. I'm gonna take a picture of it. It lasts me longer. It might be a cyber attack. I'm telling you, it's getting weird. I took a picture. It lasts me longer. Okay. You can hear me there. I'm like talking. Wait. Camera taking pictures. Okay. You can hear me there. I'm talking. Taking pictures. I think it's a cyber attack. I think there's something weird that's happening. Like my system just went crazy. It went all black. Like the whole screen went black, and I couldn't see anything. And I saw a little box. I should have taken a picture then. I wasn't thinking about it, but yeah, it feels like that could happen. There could be a major cyber attack happening because they didn't say how they were going to like shock the whole world, right? It didn't have to be a fucking bomb. It didn't have to be a dirty bomb. It could have been a fucking dirty virus. And a virus that attacked the internet. I think that's what it could possibly be. My system just went like completely weird. Like it's been weird, and now it's just even like more weirder because I can't even see myself. I'm gonna try something here. Let me come up here. Okay. It looks like the picture is just not coming through. But I was able to get my avatar back. That is so weird. That's so weird. Let me see if I could restart the camera. I don't know if that's gonna work. Oh wow. Maybe that's the shock. No, look, it doesn't come up. It doesn't. The camera is like. Let me see if I could unplug it. If I could maybe unplug it and plug it back on, I could probably still work on it like this. Okay. I unplugged it and plugged it in, and I don't know. Let's see if it's gonna work. Yeah, they did. So let me fix the green screen though, because it messed up the whole system. Like the whole system went down. Like mad crazy. Like it's the whole system. I had difficulties earlier. I did run into technical, like really bad difficulties, and it was just crazy. It was hard for me to even come on. I had to like delay, and it it worked, and then it started working, and I was like, great, so let me do the show, and yeah, it's crazy. It's just there we go. That felt like a cyber attack. I've been doing this. I've been on here for long time on YouTube. If you go back, see like my very first show, I did it with Barrow. That was my first ever show I did, and that was way back. So you could 160 something. I forgot what number I'm at, but you can skip all those videos. But it's good if you watch all of them. It's good and funny, and we have good times and reminisce. Go back and reminisce. It's good. And we had all types of stuff. Like we had drama, we had like craziness at times, and it was just so a unique time. And I was doing a lot of my psychic work at that time, and yeah, I call people out. I was really good. My energy reading is very, very good. I feel things, I know things. That's just what it is. But wow, you saw how that whole segment it went crazy here. I'd never experienced it before. I was like, whoa, okay. It felt like an attack. I felt like I got attacked. Maybe there was an Iran attack. I don't know. Maybe it come on the news. Oh, there was a internet, whatever, got released on the world. Everybody's got zapped at the same time. Who knows? Maybe they're going after something. Who knows? Maybe they like my feed and they want to watch me. Maybe they do. maybe the Ayatollah is down there. He's like, fucking Rick, stop talking and show me more of the fucking news. I want to see the news. You imagine? Weird. Yay. Oh no. Okay, let's see if I can go back onto here. All right. Yes. So let's see if we can play. Because everything just went fucking crazy. So let's try it again.
The Fatah 1 so terrifying is its speed and agility, traveling at minutes, while its maneuverable re-entry vehicle allows it to change course mid-flight. Advanced missile defense systems. But Fatah 1 is just the tip of Iran's missile spear. The Islamic Republic's arsenal includes the Emad and Khaybar-Shikan medium-range ballistic missiles, both capable of striking Israel with ranges exceeding 1,000 kilometers. Munitions. Khaybar-Shikan can carry a payload of 600 kilograms. These missiles, combined with the new hypersonic capability, give Iran the power to strike deep and hard, overwhelming Israeli defenses. Israel's air defense network is now under unprecedented strain. Aero interceptors costing $3 million apiece are being fired in huge numbers in a desperate bid to shield the nation. Intelligence sources warned that at the current rate, Israel's missile stockpiles could be depleted in just 10 to 12 days.
This completely unprovoked attack, no matter what Israel says to the contrary, is a gross violation of the UN Charter and international law. One is left with the impression that Israel's leadership is convinced that they have a completely free hand in the region.
Then there's Moscow's long-standing ties with Israel, dating back to the creation of the modern Israeli state. President Putin has maintained warm relations with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who frequently traveled to Russia before the war in Ukraine. Putin has repeatedly demonstrated Russia's readiness to take Israel's interests into account. Now those ties with both Israel and Iran may pay off, placing Russia in the position of a potential power broker while offering the opportunity to further extend its influence across the region.
Dear citizens of Israel, we are on the 6th day of operation with All My Father. We embarked on this operation to remove two existential threats to the state of Israel: the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile threat. We are progressing step by step in these 10 days. We control the skies of Tehran. We are establishing with tremendous force the regime of the Ayatollahs. We are striking the nuclear, the missiles, the headquarters, the symbols of navigation. And I must tell you that I am speaking with world leaders. There is tremendous admiration for our achievements, for the achievements of our forces, and there is also tremendous admiration for you, the citizens of Israel, for your steadfast spirit, for the strength of your measure. And I want to say, we are enduring a lot of work, painful work, but we see that the home front is strong, the people are steadfast. The state of Israel is stronger than ever, the landing ground of government ministries, to provide assistance to all who are affected. At the same time, the intense fighting continues in the Gaza Strip. We are committed to continuing to achieve both missions, recognizing Hamas and releasing all our hostages, both living and dead. We are not letting up on this. Unfortunately, in recent days, we have also lost heroic fighters. I share the grief of the families. We send our condolences on behalf of the government and the entire people. Hugs. We will continue to do so until we bring everyone together and until Hamas is finally recognized. I would like to thank President Trump, a very great friend of the State of Israel. I thank him for standing by our side. I thank him for the support that the United States is giving us in defending the name of Israel. We are in continuous contact, including our conversation last night, a very warm conversation. And I would like to thank President Trump for the support. Citizens of Israel, together we will fight. With God's help, together we will win.
That's interesting. Very, very, very interesting. Yeah. Well, let's see what let's see, which one should I play? Let's go with the chief. Let's go with Trump. Let's see what Trump has to say here. Let me set it up.
Juventus of Italy, and a friend of mine is the owner of the team. He's a fantastic business person, a young guy, and I think it's got the longest string of ownership of just about any sports franchise, but does have the record in soccer. That's John Elkman. I think you know John Elkman is a job in the automobile industry, comes from a lineage of winners. And you have Johnny Infantino, as you know, and he's going to have the World Cup here. We have a game tonight. The game is, where is it, over in D.C., the stadium?
Here, yeah. Holyfield.
And it's totally sold out, I hope.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, good. Well, and you have two great American players on this team. And would you just, where are you, my American players?
I'll be there.
You're fantastic, so good luck.
Thank you.
I hope you're going to be the two best players on the field. Well, I just thought you might want to ask questions. Anything about the World Cup
cool.
or the game
Shake their
tonight,
hands.
but anything about the World Cup would be great. And Johnny's right here. So, anybody have any questions? And I hope you like the. Well, I'm a little, he's a friend of mine. It's hard to go against him, to be honest with you. But they have a good team. Who are you playing tonight?
We're playing against the Emirati team.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, strong.
Well, they spend a lot of money, right? Yeah, that's probably. Is it a strong team? Good team tonight? Yeah,
All teams are good. It's the best teams in the world who are here in America.
Right, Johnny? You think?
Best teams in the world are here.
That's what. Well, we raised the American flag for you guys today.
Well, it's quite a historic day.
Looks nice out there, doesn't it? Beautiful. Even you agree, right? I think so. Do you agree? No.
Yeah, I haven't seen the flag.
So, do you have any questions?
I have a video of it.
Do you know the latest on the evacuations out of Israel, Mr. President? Have
No.
you been updated on that?
No, we're having a meeting in an hour. We have a meeting downstairs in 1 hour. Yeah.
Mr. President, on Iran, if regime change does happen there, if the regime falls, do you have a plan for what you think would happen
I
there?
have a plan for everything, but we'll see what happens. Got a ways to go. They should have made the deal. I had a great deal for them. They should have made that deal. 60 days we talked about it, and in the end they decided not to do it, and now they wish they did it. And they want to meet, but it's it's a little late to meet, but they want to meet, and they want to come to the White House. They'll even come to the White House. So we'll see. I may do that, but it's a shame it could have been done the easy way.
Do you think the regime there could fall?
Sure, anything could happen, right? Of that, sure, that could happen. Yeah.
Mr.
Please.
President, the Senate Judiciary Committee is holding a hearing on who exactly was running the White House under Joe Biden. Who do you think that was?
I think the auto pen ran the White House. We have an auto pen president before me. I think it's one of the greatest scandals in the history of this country, one of the biggest scandals. He wasn't making a decision. He was never for open borders where people came in from all over the world, from prisons and gangs and drug dealers and all of that, the mentally insane. He was never for that. He was never for open borders, and he was never for, he was never for transgender for everybody or men playing in women's sports. He was never for that. Have you ever had women? Could a woman make your team, fellas? Tell me. You think? You're being nice. What do you think? Think a woman could make the team? General managers, what do you think?
Difficult.
Don't say it. Close.
We have a very good women's team, though.
You do have, right? Yeah. But they should be playing with women, right? It's one of those things. One of those things. See, they're very diplomatic.
As you're making your decision on Iran, obviously there's been a change from when you were pursuing a diplomatic negotiation.
Yeah.
Now you seem very open to the idea of potentially taking U.S. action. Obviously, you're not going to tell us that. Can you walk us through what contributed to that change, how you got to where you are and making your decision now?
Well, I think it started the first night. I mean, the first night was devastating. And it really knocked the one side off, as you know. Devastating evening, day. And it pretty much proceeded that way. I have a meeting in the war room in a little while. Situation room, as some people call it. So we're going to meet. We're going to see. We're in the midst of it. It's a terrible thing. I hate to see it. I hate to see all that death, so much death and destruction. But death primarily is what I hate to see.
Does that mean you haven't made a decision yet on what to do?
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, because things change. I mean, especially with war, things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other. War is very bad. There was no reason for this to be a war. There was no reason for Russia, Ukraine. A lot of wars there was no reason for. You look right up there, I don't know, see the Declaration of Independence, and I say, I wonder if the Civil War, it always seemed to me maybe that could have been solved without losing 600,000 plus people. So a lot of, it's very sad to see. It's very sad to see what's happening. But with that being said, I would say right now, Israel, from the standpoint of winning a war, is doing pretty well. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, in your meeting today with the Chief of Staff of the Pakistani Army, did you talk about Iran? Did that come up? Is there anything you can share on that meeting?
Yeah, well, they know Iran very well, better than most. And they're not happy about anything. It's not that they're bad with Israel. They know them both, actually, but they probably, maybe they know Iran better. But they see what's going on, and he agreed with me. The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just, ending the war. And I want to thank, as you know, Prime Minister Modi just left, just a little while ago, just left. And we're working a trade deal with India. We're working a trade deal with Pakistan. And they were both here. But I was with Modi a few weeks ago. He was here, actually. But now we speak to him. And I'm so happy. There was a deal that two smart people, plus, they have people on their staff too, but two very smart people decided not to keep going with that war. That could have been a nuclear war. Those are two nuclear powers, big ones, big nuclear powers. And they decided not. So I was honored to meet him today.
And if I can, Mr. Chief, sir, and for anyone who may want to answer, how has the travel bans from certain countries affected fans maybe coming in for the games, or is that not a consideration?
Johnny, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's not a concern for us. For the games now in the Club World Cup, everything has been done in a very smooth way. We have an excellent collaboration, of course, with the president, but with the task force in particular. For next year, the World Cup, we have one more year to work, and the learnings that we have this year with the Club World Cup, which is historic. I say this to all the Americans because it's the first ever Club World Cup, and it's played in the United States of America. So the learnings we'll have for this will apply them next year.
And they're largely sold out, so but I don't know. I don't think he's too worried about the travel ban. He doesn't know what the travel ban is, I don't think. Johnny, tell me what the travel ban is. He doesn't know what it is. He's largely sold out. Like tonight is totally, I've had friends, they heard about this meeting. They said, can you give me tickets? I don't know if I can get tickets. He won't give them to me.
We could speak.
Maybe John will give them to me. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, two questions, if I could. One about Iran and then one domestically. With Iran, what's your message to Americans both here and abroad who are not only concerned about the U.S. potentially getting involved in another conflict in the Middle East, but worry about the potential for retaliation here at home?
Yeah, well, I don't want to get involved either, but I've been saying for 20 years, maybe longer, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time. And I think they were a few weeks away from having one. And they had to sign a document. I think they wish they signed it now. It was a fair deal. And now it's a harder thing to sign. It's a lot of water over the dam. But, it's very, I say it very simply. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Too much devastation. And they'd use it. I believe they'd use it. Others won't use it, but I believe they'd use it. So that's it. It's very simple as far as I'm concerned. They can't have a nuclear weapon.
And then domestically, Missouri Senator Josh Hawley came out this week as the lead sponsor of the bill to raise the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. It stands out because he's a Republican. There's still 20 states that have it at $7.25. Do you support the legislation or the idea?
Well, I haven't seen it. I'd have to speak to Josh. He's a very good friend of mine. That's interesting that Josh did that. I'm going to have to think about that one. Some people agree with it, some people don't. You know, some people say it really turns away business. Restaurants close, and a lot of things happen. Other people agree. I'd have to speak to Josh. He's a good guy.
Did you see the
For the Iran, the possibility of an Iran deal, is the destruction or the dismantling of the Fordow nuclear enrichment center, is that a prerequisite for a deal? Is that a red line for you?
No, it's just something that people talk about having. We're the only ones that have the capability to do it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to do it at all. Yeah, we have the best military equipment in the world. You see that with this fight. We have planes that are undetectable, flying around like, you know, nobody's able to see them stealth. You guys want to be stealthy tonight. You know, you can be stealth and never lose, right? But these are incredible planes and weapons. We have the best weapons in the world by far. Nobody close. And I mean, certain countries take advantage of that. Israel has incredible weaponry. So we'll see what happens. I've been asked about it by everybody, but I haven't made a decision.
Mr. President, you talked earlier today about having daily conversations with Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yeah.
How have those conversations weighed on you in terms of getting more involved? He's been lobbying for the U.S. to get more involved. Has that had an impact in kind of your evolution, sir?
Look, we talk, and I'd like to see everything done. I would have preferred having just an agreement, a strong agreement, you know, verifiable agreement. But it was such a shame. They were so close. You know, Iran was very close to signing what would have been a very good agreement for them. And maybe that could still happen, I guess. You know, they do want to come and see us. They want to see me in the White House. That's a big statement. But it's very late.
Is it enough of a statement to hold off getting?
We're going to see what happens. Look, we're going to see what happens. Ending it as soon as you can would be good.
Have you closed the door on meeting with them?
No.
Okay, so it's still open to them coming here in your.
Yeah, I mean, they asked if they could come. We'll see if that happens. It's not that easy for them to come. They can't get out. You know, they're in Iran. And in one case, the guy wanted to come so badly, but he can't get out because his bomb's dropping all over the place.
Have you seen the Tucker Carlson and Senator Ted Cruz interview? It seems like this issue on whether or not the United States should strike is kind of dividing a lot of your supporters.
No, my supporters are for me. My supporters are America first. They make America great again. My supporters don't want to see Iran have a nuclear weapon. Tucker's a nice guy. He called and apologized the other day because he thought he said things that were a little bit too strong, and I appreciated that. And Ted Cruz is a nice guy. I mean, he's been with me for a long time. I'd say once the race was over, he's been with me ever since, right? But very simple. If they think that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon, then they should oppose me. But nobody thinks it's okay. People that I don't want to fight either. I'm not looking to fight. But if it's a choice between fighting and them having a nuclear weapon, you have to do what you have to do. Maybe we won't have to fight. Don't forget, we haven't been fighting. We add a certain amount of genius to everything, but we haven't been fighting at all. Israel's done a very good job with that. But we'll see what happens. The bottom line is they can't have nuclear. And if I can't imagine that Ted Cruz said it's okay for Iran to have nuclear, including Tucker. I don't think Tucker says it's okay. The problem is then they get themselves into a thing. They don't want them to have nuclear, but then they say, well, we don't want to fight. Well, you're going to have to make a choice because it's possible that you're going to have to fight for them not to have nuclear. And it's interesting because I did ask Tucker, I said, well, are you okay with nuclear weapons being in the hands of Iran? And he sort of didn't like that. He didn't want to really, but he sort of didn't like that. And I said, well, if it's okay with you, then you and I do have a difference. But it's really not okay with him. Therefore, you may have to fight. And maybe it'll end, and maybe it'll end very quickly. But there's no way that you can allow, whether you have to fight or not, you can allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon because the entire world will blow up. I'm not going to let that happen.
Mr. President, you had a bit of a row with President Emmanuel Macron of France the other day, the G7,
No,
it sounded like.
he's a nice guy. Look, he said I was going back home to make a ceasefire. Not a ceasefire. We're long beyond ceasefire. And I said, why do you say that? Why would you say ceasefire? It's a bad term to use. Because a ceasefire means like everything's going swimmingly, we'll take a little time off. It's not. We're not looking for a ceasefire. We're looking for a total, complete victory. Again, you know what the victory is. No nuclear weapon.
Mr. President.
So I thought it was a very badly worded statement by him, and obviously I let him know that.
On the southern border, you've had record low numbers for the month of May, 95 apprehensions, 0 releases, compared to that of the previous administration exactly a year ago, more than 60,000 releases. What do you attribute that success to?
I like you. Who are you with?
Turning Point USA, sir.
Well, they're very good. Turning Point, Charlie, very good. That's what I call a good question, fellas. 1 out of 10, John. 1 out of 10, but that's a really good question. No, we had record good numbers on the border. And people are coming in, but they have to come in legally. Like some of these guys behind me, they have to come in legally. And if they come in legally, we want them. They have to say they love America, they love our country. And if they can't say that, we don't want them. Thank you very much. Very nice. Thank you very much, everybody.
Wow. Okay. That was Trump. He always yeah. Let's go ahead and show another Sky News report here. Hold on, let me put the volume up on here. Let me check over here because see if there's anything going on. Because I do have the Jerusalem window open. And it seems like it was a peaceful, not so bad night. Maybe, Iran's like getting ready. I don't know what's this is. It's all mind games for sure. It's all mind games. Let's go ahead and watch this.
Anti-aircraft guns have been activated in Tehran as Israel and Iran continue to exchange missile strikes. Iran's supreme leader says his nation will not surrender, warning Washington any intervention will be met with irreparable damage. Fred Pleitgen has more from Tehran.
We've been both hearing and seeing anti-aircraft fire in the skies over Tehran. Also, some pretty loud thuds could be heard as well. It's unclear whether or not those are possible airstrikes or maybe even interceptions by the air defense forces here. But one thing that is clear going through the streets of Tehran is that they are pretty empty, and most of the shops are also closed. As we were driving into the city, we did see a decent amount of traffic going in the other direction, trying to get out of town. And we know that a lot of people have left town since the Israeli airstrikes began here. But at the same time, the traffic was still somewhat flowing. One of the other things that we noticed as well, and we did drive through a substantial part of Iran to get to this place, is that in many other places, it appears to be almost business as usual. There were a lot of cars on the road. There were factories that appeared to be working. Also, a lot of trucks that were driving on the street as well. And folks that we spoke to on the ground were basically saying they were just trying to get by and continue the way that they had been before. Nevertheless, of course, people here in Tehran understand that the situation for them could be dangerous, and many have actually left the city. And this comes as the Iranians are vowing to fight on. The supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, he came out and said that Iran and the Iranian nation would never surrender. Of course, what the Iranians have been doing is, in the face of the airstrikes that have been coming in, have been lobbing their missiles towards Israeli territory.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Next one we're going to watch. My boy Tyson De La Cruz, he just did an upload right now. So I'm like very early on this. Gotta give him a little like. And make it big so we can watch. Tyson's this is upload for tonight. Anti-ICE protesters accidentally help drug cartel I wonder what this story is gonna be. I know it's gonna be good. That's for sure. Here we go. You ready? Let's go. How long is it? 10 minutes. 10 minutes and 16 seconds. Okay, that's what's up. Let's do it. If I put the fucking sound, Rick, what the fuck, man? Tonight. What's going on, Rick? Everything's crazy. I know. All right, we can do it again. Ready? Let's do it. Tyson Little Cruz.
Pinal County Sheriff, who says his deputies were working a major drug bust in Tucson last night when this same group of protesters disrupted their investigation.
America, this story is going to make your blood boil. Anti-ICE protesters in Tucson just sabotaged a massive cartel bus that seized 5 million fentanyl pills, 32 pounds of cocaine, and 22 pounds of methamphetamine. These activists were so blinded by their hatred of immigration enforcement that they literally tried to stop law enforcement from getting deadly drugs off the streets. But here's the kicker. It wasn't even an ICE operation. It was a 6-month drug investigation that Pinal County Sheriff's Office targeted a cartel member.
Oh, wow. He's wearing black shirt like me tonight. I'm wearing black shirt.
Members of the same protests then turned their attention to nearby law enforcement activity outside of a home.
They all went there thinking it was an ICE raid because these idiots don't have anything other than groupthink.
What is up, guys? Tyson Dela Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This is what happens when activist ideology becomes more important than public safety. These protesters were literally helping cartels by interfering with a major drug bust. Let me break down this absolute insanity for you. The Pinal County Sheriff's Office had been working on this drug investigation for 6 months. They finally executed their search warrants and arrested a cartel member who was an illegal immigrant with an outstanding warrant from Mexico for racketeering.
Pinal County Sheriff Ross Steeple says it wasn't an ICE raid at all, but a drug bust his deputies have been working on for 6 months.
But when these anti-ICE protesters showed up and started interfering with the investigation, Sheriff Ross Steeple didn't mince any words about what happened. These individuals, the protesters, actually blocked a Pinal County Sheriff's Office tow truck from removing the suspect's vehicle from a criminal investigation.
Oh my God, they're so stupid.
Actually blocked a Pinal County Sheriff's Office from removing the suspect's vehicle.
This is so stupid. They're so stupid. I'm telling you,
Think
the
about
Democrats.
this. They were literally obstructing justice. The tow truck was trying to remove evidence from a major drug bust.
All those people should be in trouble.
Physically blocked it. They were basically helping a cartel member by interfering with the collection of evidence.
They were not listening, that the police kept telling them that this was a drug investigation and for them to back up, and they accused him of being ICE.
Even when deputies repeatedly explained this wasn't an ICE operation but a drug bust, the protesters refused to listen. They were so consumed with their anti-law enforcement ideology that they couldn't process the basic facts. You know what, guys? Speaking of people who refuse to listen to facts and create chaos for vulnerable Americans, that is exactly what is happening to seniors with Medicare misinformation and predatory insurance tactics. While we're watching protesters ignore the truth about a drug bust, dishonest Medicare salespeople are spreading lies to seniors about their healthcare options. That is why I am proud to partner with Chapter. They're completely opposite of these chaos-causing activists. Chapter's licensed advisors actually listen to facts and provide honest information instead of spreading misinformation for their own agenda. Here's the difference. These protesters ignore law enforcement facts to push their ideology. Medicare scammers ignore seniors' real needs to push expensive plans. But Chapter's experts actually listen to your specific situation and provide truthful guidance based on facts, not politics. If you're 65 or approaching Medicare eligibility, don't let misinformation chaos confuse you like these protesters confused a drug bust. Chapter cuts through the noise with honest, straightforward advice, and it's completely free. Check them out at askchapter.org/Tyson or call 270-467-0614. When chaos and lies are everywhere, you need people who actually tell the truth. Now, let me show you exactly what these protesters almost helped cartels keep on our streets. This wasn't some small-time drug deal. This was a massive cartel operation that would have poisoned thousands of Americans.
Oh my
God. They also found over 5 million fentanyl pills. And
Oh my God.
32 pounds of cocaine and 22 pounds of methamphetamines. He's a prohibited possessor, but he was found to have 4 firearms with him.
Let me put these numbers in perspective for you. 5 million fentanyl fentanyl pills. That's enough to kill millions of Americans. The DEA says just 2 milligrams of fentanyl can be lethal. And this cartel member wasn't just dealing drugs. He was armed to the teeth with 4 firearms, despite being a prohibited possessor. This is exactly the kind of dangerous criminal that ICE and local law enforcement need to work together to remove from our community. Sheriff Teeple perfectly captured the absurdity of this situation. These idiots came out to protest us, getting 5 million fentanyl pills off the streets, 32 pounds of cocaine off the streets, 22 pounds of methamphetamines off the streets.
Protested us getting 5 million fentanyl pills off the streets.
What makes this story even more infuriating is how these protesters got there in the first place. They had just finished vandalizing a business and causing violence at an anti-ICE protest that was declared an unlawful assembly by Tucson police.
As an anti-ICE protest on Tucson's south side turned violent Wednesday night, with several businesses vandalized and Tucson police declaring an unlawful assembly.
I think they make a big difference in sending a message that we won't take all of these ICE raids laying down.
Members of the same protests then turned their attention to nearby law enforcement activity.
So these activists went from destroying private property to sabotaging a drug bust. They heard there was law enforcement activity and immediately assumed it was ICE because of their warped worldview. Any law enforcement is automatically evil. One resident perfectly described the chaos these protesters brought to this peaceful neighborhood.
We were surprised because this is a very quiet neighborhood and there were like 30, 40 cars, police cars. There were so many people.
We were surprised, she said. Another neighbor pointed out how the protesters completely violated their community.
They're definitely crossing the line because this is a private community. Everybody here respects each other, our privacy was totally violated.
This incident perfectly describes the dangerous consequences of anti-law enforcement movements. These activists are so blinded by their ideology, they're literally helping cartels operate in American communities. Sheriff Teeple offers some sage advice for these protesters that they clearly need to hear.
Take a moment and use a little
I love
bit
a
of
comment on the
reasoning.
show.
If something you're being
I love a
told doesn't
comment
make
from
sense,
Tyson.
research it a little bit more.
Take a moment and use a little bit of cognitive reasoning. If something you're being told doesn't make sense, research it a little bit more. But here's the real problem. These activists don't use cognitive reasoning. They're operating on pure emotion and anti-American ideology. They see law enforcement and immediately assume it's oppression, even when officers are literally saving lives by getting deadly drugs off the streets. Tucson Police Chief Chad Casimir tried to give the protesters the benefit of the doubt, saying it was just a few bad actors. But when your entire movement is based on opposing law enforcement, this is the inevitable result.
Because it's everybody's responsibility to make sure that these community events are safe. And so it's a little bit of a call to action that I have for the entire community. I don't think that's reflective of what we want people to see in Tucson. And as a safe expression of their voice, I think there's better ways to do that.
While these protesters were busy playing activist games, real families are being destroyed by the fentanyl crisis. Every single one of those 5 million pills could have ended up in an American community, killing somebody's son, daughter, mother, or father. The cartel member they arrested had an outstanding warrant from Mexico for racketeering. This was a career criminal working for one of the most violent organizations on earth. And thanks to the protesters' interference, the investigation was disrupted. The evidence collection was delayed. They literally helped a cartel operation by obstructing justice. Sheriff Teeple made it clear this suspect is going to face serious consequences. They're going to throw the book at him on this situation. The suspect had been handed over to Homeland Security investigation for federal prosecution.
And at this point, Pinal County is not identifying the suspect in this case. The sheriff tells me he's been handed over to Homeland Security investigations. Couldn't tell me his exact charges, but says that they are going to throw the book at him.
America, this story perfectly encapsulates everything wrong with radical left approach to law enforcement and immigration. They're so consumed with their anti-ICE, anti-police ideology that they're literally helping cartels poison American communities. These protesters didn't just interfere with the drug bust, they sided with a cartel member against American law enforcement. They chose to protect a criminal with an outstanding warrant for racketeering over the safety of American families. 5 million fentanyl pills, 32 pounds of cocaine, 22 pounds of methamphetamine, and 4 illegal firearms. That's what these activists almost helped keep on our streets. Every single one of those pills could have killed an American. This is why we need need strong law enforcement and secure borders. This is why ICE and local police need to work together. And this is why the anti-law enforcement movement is so dangerous to our communities. Sheriff Teeple called these protesters idiots. And frankly, that's being generous. When your activism involves helping cartels and obstructing justice, you're not fighting oppression, you're enabling evil. I'll keep you updated on this story as it develops. And remember, when activists side with cartel members over law enforcement, they've lost all moral authority. Let me know what you guys think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
At least Tyson says it for me. He says it for me. It's crazy. He does really good. I like when he puts his stories together, man. He does a really good job. Very good job. I always tell him he does very good. And I want to see what this one is because I don't think I've seen this one yet. The FBI finds fentanyl factory next to elementary school. Let's see what this is about.
This is video you will see only on Fox 5.
America, we just uncovered the largest fentanyl bust in Georgia history. The numbers are absolutely staggering. FBI agents raided 3 locations in Atlanta and seized enough fentanyl to kill everyone in Georgia 4 times over. That's over 48 million lethal doses. But here's what's really sick. The mastermind behind this operation, Bartholomew Harrison, was running a pill press operation that could produce 25,000 pills per hour just 2 miles from an elementary school. When agents searched his home, they found a book titled How to Avoid Federal Drug Conspiracy and Firearm Charges. This wasn't just drug dealing. This was a sophisticated cartel operation designed to flood American communities with death.
The FBI in the Atlanta area making a major drug bust. Federal agents say they stopped millions of dollars of hard drugs from hitting the streets.
What is up, guys? Tyson Dela Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This story shows exactly why we need Trump's aggressive approach to fighting cartels, because these aren't just drug dealers. They're terrorists poisoning American communities. Let me break down this incredible FBI operation. At 6 a.m. on Thursday, heavily armed federal agents swarmed a home on Wolftail Court in South Fulton, Georgia. Neighbor Candace Barnett's surveillance camera captured the shocking scene as agents surrounded the house with military-style equipment.
It was quite the early morning wake-up call in a South Fulton neighborhood as heavily armed FBI agents swarmed a home on Wolftail Court.
You see this on TV, but you never expect it'll happen in front of your house. This is what Barnett said.
You never expect that it will happen in front of your house.
Candace Barnett lives next to the home that was raided around 6 a.m. last Thursday. Her family's surveillance cameras captured the shocking scene.
The FBI used loudspeakers to order the suspect out.
And now I'm seeing it again. That's just something you can't unsee.
The target was Bartholomew Harrelson, a 47-year-old convicted felon who has been running what prosecutors call a major drug trafficking operation. After several minutes of ordering him to come out, he finally surrendered and was taken into custody.
From the FBI Atlanta headquarters on Flowers Road with more on this investigation. Chelsea.
Yeah, Blair and Carly, investigators say this is the largest fentanyl bust ever in Georgia's history.
This South Fulton home was just one of 3 locations tied to Harrison's criminal empire. The other raids took place in Douglas County and Atlanta, showing the multiple county scope of his operation. You know what, guys? Speaking of people who poison vulnerable Americans for profit, that's exactly what's happening to seniors with predatory Medicare plans. While we're watching cartels flood communities with deadly fentanyl, dishonest Medicare salespeople are poisoning seniors' finances with toxic insurance plans designed to drain their bank accounts. That is why I am proud to partner with Chapter. They are the antidote to Medicare predators. Chapter's licensed advisors don't get paid commissions, so they have zero incentive to push expensive plans that slowly kill your budget. They actually protect seniors instead of exploiting them. Here's the difference. Fentanyl dealers poison bodies for quick cash. Medicare scammers poison seniors' financial security for commission checks. But Chapter's experts are paid to find the right plan that protects your health and your wallet. If you're 65 or approaching Medicare eligibility, don't let predatory salespeople slowly drain your savings like cartels drain life from communities. Chapter makes Medicare simple and It's completely free. Check them out at askchapter.org/Tyson or call 270-467-0614. When poison is everywhere, we need people who actually heal instead of harm. Now, let me show you this staggering amount of poison that the FBI seized from this death factory. The numbers from this bust are absolutely mind-blowing. FBI agents seized 270 pounds of Fenty. That's over 56 kilograms of pure poison. To put this in perspective, agents say they found enough Fenty to kill approximately 48 million Americans.
750,000 pills seized in a massive drug trafficking operation, and federal agents say the alleged ringleader is now behind bars.
But that's not all they found. The FBI seized approximately 750,000 pills containing Fenty, cocaine, methamphetamine, and heroin. They also found a pill press capable of producing 25,000 pills per hour. That's industrial scale drug manufacturing.
This organization had the capacity to produce
That's
approximately
wild.
25,000 pills per hour using 2
What?
large pill presses.
Investigators raided 3 homes in Atlanta, South Fulton, and Douglasville.
Think about that.
Wow.
25,000 potentially lethal pills every single hour. And get this, the operation was located 2 miles from an elementary school, meaning Harrelson was manufacturing death
2 miles
within
from the
walking
elementary
distance
school.
of children. This shows the complete disregard these cartels have for American communities. This wasn't just a drug operation.
Yes, in
This
the
was a
same
heavily
neighborhood.
armed criminal enterprise prepared for war. FBI agents seized 30 firearms, including an illegal converted machine gun, a silencer, and bulletproof vests.
He says agents then arrested 47-year-old Bartholomew Harrelson, a convicted felon and the alleged ringleader of this operation. He was indicted Tuesday by a federal grand jury.
U.S. Attorney Hertzberg made it clear these people associated with these drug trafficking organizations stood ready to defend their operation with extreme violence. They found bulletproof vests showing that they were prepared for armed confrontation with law enforcement. But here's what shows the sick mentality of these criminals. They also found expensive jewelry, including a Walter White diamond necklace referencing the fictional drug character, drug lord from Breaking Bad. Y'all remember him? They were literally celebrating their role as drug dealers. The machine gun was illegally converted, which is a federal felony carrying 10 years mandatory minimum sentence.
Wow.
Combined with drug charges, Harrelson is looking at a potential life in federal prison. But here's the detail that shows how calculated this operation was. When federal agents searched Harrelson's properties, they found a book titled How to Avoid Federal Drug Conspiracy and Firearm Charges. Come on, bro. Think about the arrogance here. Harrelson was running a massive Fenty operation while literally studying how to avoid getting caught. This just shows the premeditation and sophisticated planning this individual had. The fact that he had this book while committing the exact crimes it discusses will be devastating evidence in trial. It shows he knew exactly what he was doing was illegal and was actively trying to invade law enforcement. Federal prosecutors will use the book to show the jury members that Harrelson wasn't some low-level dealer who got over his head. He was a sophisticated criminal who knew exactly what he was doing and planned to evade justice. The DEA acting special agent made it clear that Harrelson wasn't operating alone. This quantity of drugs doesn't get manufactured here in the United States. So in that fashion, yes, he was being supplied by the cartel.
It is alarming to go into a residence or in the garage or wherever that particular area and find this amount of drugs, especially fentanyl.
Wow.
This quantity of drugs doesn't get manufactured here in the United States.
Wow.
Right. So in that fashion, yes, he was being supplied by the cartels.
This confirms that Harrelson was part of a larger cartel distribution network bringing Fenty from Mexico into American communities. He wasn't just a local drug dealer, he was a cartel operative. The timing of this bust is significant because it comes as the Trump administration designated cartels as terrorist organizations and ramping up enforcement against Fenty trafficking. Harrelson faces at least up to 40 years in prison and up to life if convicted. A federal grand jury indicted him on Tuesday. Prosecutors say the investigation is ongoing with more arrests expected. The fact that investigators expect more arrests shows this was part of a larger network. Harrelson may have been the local kingpin, but there are probably other operatives and suppliers involved. America, this Georgia Fenty bust represents one of the most significant victories against cartel operations in recent history. The FBI literally prevented enough poison from hitting the streets to kill 48 million Americans. Bartholomew Harrelson was running an industrial scale large-scale
Yeah,
death
that's what
factory
they
just
do.
2 miles from an elementary school, producing 25,000
I'm not
potential
surprised.
lethal
I
pills
know they're
per
here.
hour while
I
armed
said
with
it
machine
before.
guns
I
and
know.
body armor. The fact
know.
that he had a book avoiding federal drug charges while committing
They're
massive
all
federal
over
drug
the
crimes
country. They're
shows
here
the
in
level
Connecticut
of
too.
criminal sophistication we're dealing with here. This wasn't just some street-level dealer. This was a cartel operative. The seizure of 30 firearms, including an illegal machine gun, shows these cartels are prepared for war against American law enforcement and communities. They're not just drug dealers. They are armed terrorists. This operation proves that when we give law enforcement the tools and authority they need, they can dismantle even the most sophisticated cartel operations and save countless American lives. I'll keep you updated as more arrests come out on this investigation. And remember, every Fenty lab we shut down potentially saves thousands of American lives from cartel poison. Let me know what you guys think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Yeah, I like when Tyson says that because like I don't have to say it on my show. You just do it. Like, subscribe, and all that stuff. Like, subscribe. Yeah. Tyson, thank you, man. That was a really cool report. Actually, I didn't even see this one either. I haven't been a bad friend. I know I missed a few of them because I would been on my show and he comes out at night and then he uploaded them pretty late too. So it's like I'm probably off my show or and then highlight it, but I'm gonna highlight it tonight. So let's watch this one.
Investigators raided 9 massage businesses in the Baton Rouge area and detained 10 Chinese women following a months-long investigation.
America, we just witnessed a massive human trafficking bust that exposes how Chinese criminal organizations are using massage parlors as fronts for prostitution and exploitation. ICE
Oh
agents
yeah, they
raided
do that.
9
They do a lot in
establishments across
Florida.
Baton Rouge and detained 10 Chinese women who were in
You
this
give me
country
sucky
illegally.
long
But here's
time.
what's really disturbing. This
Sucky long
18-month
time. $5
investigation
extra.
revealed that these women were
Sucky,
likely
sucky.
victims of human
Yum, yum,
trafficking,
yum.
forced to work
Yum,
in
yum,
these
yum.
parlors while living there overnight. 7 of the 9 businesses had their massage therapy licenses suspended
man.
in the past for unprofessional conduct, including sexual activity. This wasn't just
yes.
immigration enforcement. This was rescuing trafficking victims from modern
You
slavery.
$18 extra. I do everything. I do cartwheel
Immigration
too.
officers took 10 women into custody, all part of several massage parlor raids in Baton Rouge.
The sheriff's office says it was part of a worksite enforcement operation that involved 9 businesses across East Baton Rouge Parish.
What is up, guys? Tyson Dela Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This story perfectly illustrates how human trafficking hides behind legitimate businesses while local authorities and communities look the other way. These weren't just immigration violations. These were crimes against humanity happening in plain sight. Let me break down this massive coordinated operation. The East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office led an 18-month investigation that was correlated with simultaneous raids on 9 massage establishments across the parish, from St. George to Baton Rouge to Zachary.
After several months of investigating and
Wow.
a series of raids, 10 Chinese women have been detained by ICE. This joint
Oh, I
investigation
told you
was
I do good
conducted along with the
sucky,
Attorney
you
General, District
report me.
Attorney,
You fucking
Bureau of
rat,
PD,
man.
Zachary
You
PD,
fucking
St.
rat.
George Fire Department, East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office,
I
U.S.
give
Border
you deal.
Patrol,
I give you
Drug
$5,
Enforcement
bitch.
Administration,
You
and Homeland
rat to
Security.
me.
When you need that many agencies, you're dealing with serious organized crime. The businesses raided included Y&L Body Relaxation, Spring Body
Yeah, I like
Conditioning,
it long
Magnolia
time.
Spa,
I do
Wonderful
multiple
Land
guys.
Spa, All Natural Spa, Rainbow Spa, Oriental Relax Spa, Orange Spa, and Vivian's Therapy Spa. Woo! Several of these establishments had already had their
Yeah,
massage
we do.
license suspended
more
for
too. You
unprofessional
that's
conduct,
we do the off
including
menu
sexual
too. We
activity.
do off menu.
EBR District Attorney
It's
gave
a
more
little extra
information to Chief
money.
Investigator Andrew Everson, who also spoke
I worked
today
all
with someone
time.
listed
I want
as
to
an
have fun
owner
too.
of one of
While
the
I
parlors
work.
raided this week.
The investigation
Pleasure while
began
working.
last November after the sheriff's office received a lot of complaints from the regular business operating in these malls, plus citizens that were complaining about suspicious activity activity at these particular establishments. You know what, guys? Speaking of vulnerable people being exploited by predators who trap them in bad situations, this is exactly what's happening to seniors with predatory Medicare plans. While we're watching Chinese women trapped in massage parlors by traffickers, millions of seniors are being trapped in expensive Medicare plans by dishonest salespeople who exploit their confession and trust. That is why I am proud to partner with Chapter. They're completely the opposite of these predators. Chapter's licensed advisors actually protect seniors from exploitation instead of taking advantage of them. They don't trap you in bad plans or high-pressure tactics to control your decisions. Here's the difference. Human traffickers trap victims in terrible situations for profit. Medicare predators trap seniors in overpriced plans for commission checks. But Chapter's experts actually free you from the confusion and help you escape bad Medicare situations. If you're 65 or approaching Medicare eligibility, don't let predatory people trap you in expensive plans like traffickers trap victims. Chapter provides honest guidance and it's completely free. No traps, no exploitation, just real help. Check them out at askchapter.org/Tyson or call 270-467-0614. When predators are everywhere, you need people who actually protect instead of exploit. Now, let me show you how these trafficking victims were being controlled and exploited. Here's where the story gets really disturbing. The district attorney revealed that the women being detained weren't just working illegally, they were likely victims of human trafficking who were living there overnight and being put up there at the particular massage parlors.
The sheriff's office received a lot of complaints from regular businesses operating in these malls, plus citizens that were complaining.
Those complaints led to a discovery: illegal massage parlors across the state. But authorities focused on these.
District Attorney Moore explained that what makes massage parlors illegal includes not having licenses, first off, and going further than just a massage.
People that are doing the massage,
happy ending,
living there overnight.
It's bonus, son. I can do for free. Who you think I am?
Including ICE.
The fact that these women were living in the massage parlor shows that they were being controlled and exploited. Legitimate massage therapists don't even live at their workplace. They go home after they work like any other employee. District Attorney Moore made it clear the women are likely also victims of human trafficking. It's a big problem in Baton Rouge, but it's the owners the authorities are focused on. Our goal is to get the larger person that's behind this type of trafficking. All 10 women detained were Chinese nationals who were in the country illegally. ICE is now interviewing them to determine whether they are eligible to stay in the country. But more importantly, to determine if they're trafficking victims who can help prosecute their traffickers.
I said the women who have been arrested are being interviewed to determine whether they are eligible to stay in the country.
The fact that all these women were Chinese suggests this is part of an organized crime network that specifically targets Chinese women for trafficking in the United States. This isn't random. This is systematic exploitation. These women were likely recruited in China with promises of legitimate work, then trafficked to the United States, where they were forced into prostitution and controlled through debt bondage, threats, and isolation.
District Attorney Hiller Moore says the women are likely also victims of human trafficking.
It's a big problem in Baton Rouge.
But it's the owners authorities are focused on.
The massage parlor model is perfect for trafficking because it provides legitimate business fronts while allowing traffickers to control victims' living and working conditions. Customers think they're getting a legitimate service while victims are being exploited. What's really shocking is that 7 out of the 9 rated businesses had already had their massage therapy license suspended in the past for unprofessional conduct, including sexual activity. So local authorities knew these places were problematic, but allowed them to continue operating. At the Rainbow Spa, one of the rated locations, there was a violation notice on the window citing inspectional violations such as electrical, plumbing, and complaints that have been submitted to the Inspector General. The building was clearly not up to code. Another rated location had paperwork from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security at the door showing federal agents were investigating this establishment for immigration violations and potentially trafficking. District Attorney Moore said the massage board had taken every possible action against these parlors, including cease and desist letters and fines, but the business continued operating illegally. This shows the need for stronger enforcement mechanisms.
You better make sure that you have a license. Better make sure that you're doing everything above board.
This operation is just the beginning of a larger crackdown in human trafficking in Louisiana. The investigation picked out these 9 as being those at the top level in which they needed to pay attention to, suggesting that there are other suspicious establishments that may be targeted in future operations. Moore said the EBR leader will work with legislators to tighten up the law to make sure it's harder for illegal parlors to operate. This shows the recognition that current laws and enforcement mechanisms are inadequate. The fact that this investigation took 18 months shows the complexity of building trafficking cases and the need to sustain law enforcement attention to dismantle these criminal networks. America, this Baton Rouge operation shows exactly what real anti-trafficking enforcement looks like. Instead of just arresting people for immigration violations, investigators recognize that these Chinese women were likely victims who need to be rescued, not punished. The fact that 7 of 9 businesses had already been suspended for sexual activity shows how trafficking operations hide behind legitimate business licenses, while local authorities struggle with inadequate enforcement tools. District Attorney Moore deserves credit for focusing on the larger person behind this trafficking operation rather than just prosecuting the victims. The 18-month investigation involved multiple agencies, shows the level of coordination needed to dismantle sophisticated trafficking networks that exploit vulnerable women. These Chinese women were likely promised legitimate work, but instead found themselves trapped in a system of debt bondage, forced labor, and sexual exploitation while living at their workplace under trafficker control. The warning to other massage parlors shows that this crackdown will continue until illegal operations are shut down and trafficking victims are rescued. I'll keep you updated as more trafficking networks get exposed and dismantled. And remember, when you see these massage parlor raids, they're not just about immigration. They're about rescuing victims of modern slavery. Let me know what you guys think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button.
Say that in the media.
Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
That was Tyson. That's what a crazy world, man. We live in. We live very, very unique times. That's for sure. Very, very unique times. But Tyson, another good video, man. He's Tyson only hits home runs. That's all he's capable of. Trust me, I know when I see something good, I know when they're good. I have an eye for good people. I do. But I gotta see here. One last video. My neck is killing me. So this is it. The 4 hours is way too much. Nothing happened tonight. I checked out Jerusalem to see if there's anything coming through, any rockets or anything. Let me see what this guy's saying here. Israel orders evacuation around Ark nuclear complex in Iran. So I guess they're gonna attack a nuclear plant. So Israel is giving them the warning to evacuate because we're gonna destroy the place. So they might be return fire later on today, or tonight during the day. I'm not sure because I'm gonna be sleeping tonight. I'll report up on it in the morning if it goes like crazy, if it goes like holy shit moment, then I'll definitely come on early in the morning and cover it. But I want to sleep early tonight. No, I did it a lot, I try my best to put on a nice little show, and I can show you guys live. This is Jerusalem, and the sun is rising upon Israel. Give me 1 sec. Set this up. And that's a live. Hey Tyson, I just saw like 3 videos back to back to back. You missed it. You could go back and watch it. No, man, because I make comments, so it's kind of funny because I'm watching you, and then I'm commenting at the same time, so it gets recorded. So it's like you can hear my live comments. Then crazy amount of drugs. Holy shit. The prostitution, that was crazy too. Like all these stories were just amazingly crazy. The one by the school was nuts. There's a lot of fentanyl pills, but the one with the factory, the one from Georgia, holy shit! They had a whole like they had a professional setup. Like I don't even think like big companies have setups like that. Yeah, they do, but it's like not in a civilian like out in the open type of setup. That was freaking crazy. Yo, that was crazy. I was like, wow. I was so happy that I don't have to say like, subscribe, and all that stuff like you mentioned. You say it for me. So I watch your show, and you get to say the like and the subscribe and all that good stuff, because I never say it on my show, because people, if they want, I don't force them. I just tell them, look, you do what you do. If you like the show, you subscribe. I don't have to tell you every single show. I'm not gonna tell you every single show. Like, you come on here, you should already know the biz. Hit that like and subscribe. But it's a pretty skylight right now. Look at the sun rising upon Jerusalem, Israel. And are we gonna see like the Armageddon scene where all the buildings are fire and chaos erupts? Like they launch over 300 ballistic hypersonic missiles to Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, and destroy these buildings and have like chaos. That's what people want to see. They want to see the chaos. They want to see the explosions. It's like, because people are very unique. People are very weird. People give a lot of energy to stuff like this. And I'm so happy that Trump is very patient. He's a patient man. He's like, I'm patient. Fuck this shit. I don't need to jump into anything that I don't really need to, but I'm gonna monitor, and you have backup, Israel. You have backup, which is gonna chill here. You can you tell us when, and come with a good case, explain it to me, and then I'll decide whether if we're gonna go or no go. But Israel has very deep freaking like it's like factory type, but it's so deep in the earth that I don't even think like it would take, goodness gracious, it would take like more than 10 bunker busters, more than 10, to be able to penetrate as deep as they have. Like, it's just ridiculously deep. It's wild. And I think what Israel probably, or what Iran will probably do is like they're gonna show the shock and awe, but they're not gonna I don't think they'll detonate a nuclear weapon in Israel. That would be so crazy if they did. That right there, that definitely will bring U.S. into the war, and then it will turn nuclear, and then you know you want to see Armageddon. Here we go. It's gonna be crazy. It'll be crazy. That will, yeah. A lot of people want to see that. They would love to see that happen. But another scenario could be they explode one in Iran, just to have the shock and awe, because they want to shock and awe, right? They want everyone in this world to be shocked with their mouths wide open, like, holy shit. Only way I know for that to happen if you detonate a weapon and test it, like in Iran, live test of a nuclear weapon. You will send a shock wave to the whole world, because then Israel was right. Iran is a nuclear state. They do have a bomb. And that's gonna be really wild. If that comes to fruition, oh my goodness. Yeah, imagine. Oh my goodness. Tyson says I should be a writer for WWE. Hell yeah, I should be. The program would not be losing an hour, because they're going back to 2 hours. I think it's starting July 4th. SmackDown's going back to 2 hours, and I was like, shit. Now if they had me, I would have made that hour very interesting. I'll tell you right now, I would have written up a good story. But yeah, this is Trump showing he's very patient, man. He's showing patience. And this is all going down in history, man. Every day is like a chapter in a book of the history. Mine's is digitally. If people will come and find me, they'll know, and they'll watch and be like, "Oh man, we missed this guy. How the fuck we missed him?" He just like I don't make myself present sometimes. I was away for a year and I came back, and this is what happens: isolation. You get isolated. You have nobody around, not many people, but it's okay. Little by little, it'll get more and more and more. It's just I don't want to get sick and then back to zero again, because it happens, and it's like a ticking time bomb here. So you don't know what you're gonna get. But yeah, let me see. Legit, I was catching the sun. Oh, the sunset here. Yeah, that's the sunrise over in Israel right now. That's Tel Aviv. It's getting a nice, beautiful sunrise. Yeah, I know, right, Tyson? I should be. Yeah, crushing it. No, man, you're crushing it. We were watching it here. You're putting the stories together. It's pretty cool. Even the way you slid in with the infomercial too. That was smooth. It was a smooth slide because you didn't even like break. It was just like you slid right into it, and just that was pretty cool. It was really good, but it's a beautiful sunrise. I mean, hopefully it doesn't come with missiles. So far, it isn't. So far, it's been quiet, man. It's that quiet before chaos. It's like, is it really gonna like break out, man? Is like, who's gonna flinch? Who's gonna jump, right? Right now, Israel is gonna be attacking a nuclear plant over in Iran. Seems like that's the plan. They're gonna go and attack a nuclear plant, and they're already putting out the orders for evacuations. And they're gonna destroy this complex. I mean, can they destroy the complex? How deep is the like? There's a lot of question, because Iranians, they like to go under. You know, the suppressed history of was like how people used to live and so forth. They used to live underground. Their home was underground, and they were built really nice. Like it's kind of like a fort, but it's all underground. And they had like areas where they have like kitchen areas and like the bathroom area and like sleeping areas. Like it was like a whole like neighborhood, but underground. And then you wonder, like why, you know? You wonder why. Yeah, you do the smooth slide. You do a smooth slide. It was really good. It was very smooth too. I even said it. I was like, damn, that was smooth. It's like, but times right now is just very interesting. You know, are we gonna be marked in history? Because this is what it is. It's just a page of history. Every day that passes, it's just, you know, they're trying to fulfill a prophecy, and then the other one is just like, don't want no nuclear weapons, and you know, as much as Iran, if it comes to it, and they're putting like extreme pressure on Iran can shoot like a lot of missiles at one time and just say fuck it, you know. Death to Israel, like they said, right? They always say death to Israel and death to America, and you know, kamikaze shit, you know, crazy shit. That's like, I'm pretty sure a lot of Taliban people are still in Iran. There's a lot of like, there's a lot of people, like different organizations there. I'm sure they're gonna be like, shoot them all, and just aim it all at Israel. Overwhelm the Iron Dome. They can't catch them all. They can't. It's already been proven they can catch them all. If you throw a whole lot at them, they cannot get it all. They'll do a good job. They'll get it twisted. They said, yeah, they'll catch about 90% of it. Oh, so with the defense system, only 90%. I mean, it's a good number, but it's not great. You know, 10% is a big number. 10 is big. 10% could kill a lot of people. So having a system that's only 90% effective is a problem. How much do they have to be able to continue with this defense? Because I'm sure Iran has thousands and thousands and thousands, and more than 3,000 for sure. Because I can feel it. They have a lot of missiles, lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of missiles. I mean, we're talking about decades. You know, if they build a few of them, like 10 a day, imagine decades and decades and decades of building. Yeah, just gotta giggle, but it's wild. It's gonna be wild times. And if they overwhelm the system, and I think that's the only way to defeat their system, the Iron Dome, the David Sling, and the Patriot, the Arrow 1 and 2, Arrow 2, even Arrow 3. Very expensive. Those Arrow 2s cost $2 million for one freaking missile. So one missile that blows up a ballistic missile up in the air. Well, that explosion that saved probably a lot of people cost $2 million just for one little missile. $2 million. This is a very costly event, you know. In the long run, it's still going to be a very costly event. Good for the U.S., I think. I mean, Israel's going to be ordering more. Iran, they produce their own shit. They're really good. They're still producing. As they're like, la, 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 la. They're underneath the mountain. They're like, keep it moving. You gotta keep it moving. Keep it going. You gotta still build. You know, even there's a threat of the place being blown up, you still gotta continue. You know, no slowing down. And They got a lot of weapons, man, and they got a lot of money, man, from Biden. Man, $6 billion. Well, think about it. Sit back and relax and enjoy this moment of of pleasure, right? $6 billion. Close your eyes and think of $6 billion in your pocket. Like, holy shit. $6 billion. You know what I can do with $6 billion? I can help a lot of people for sure. Holy shit. I can help like the fucking veterans. I'll give every veteran a house. Like, I would fucking like pay their fucking light for a whole year to all the veterans. $6 billion? Shit. Oh man. And Biden just signs it away. Auto pen signed away $6 billion out the window into our enemy's hands. I tell you, Biden, it was he was a puppet. He was a puppet. They had the hand shoved up his ass, and they tried to tell him not to speak, but he still tries to speak, and then it's just a mess, and it's a nightmare when he speaks. You know, his butt been wiped, type of thing. It's like his butt's been wiped. What the fuck he just said? He said his butt was wiped. Who? What? His butt's been wiped. Okay, he trying to tell me that he won the election, right? Okay, YouTube. But it's getting late. It's already 11:07. So I wanted to watch one more thing before I go off, because it's just one more news just to say bye. It's Waters. It's Iran is up against the clock. So I definitely want to see this before I leave, and I'm going to bed myself. So it's been a good night. It's a good show, over 4 hours, and my neck is killing me. So let's go ahead and watch this.
Fox News alert, the Ayatollah's gone into hiding. He's believed to be holed up inside an underground bunker northeast of the capital. This is a different kind of Iranian hostage crisis. Khomeini can hide, but he can't run. For the past 24 hours, Israel's been attacking the area around his underground lair. But Khomeini, still talking tough, says Iran will not surrender to anyone.
Corn pop head.
And is warning that if America joins the fight and strikes,
the story he said,
it'll result in irreparable damage
so
to the United States. Is he bluffing? We don't know. Iranian proxies, which have been severely degraded, are threatening to commit acts of terror against American troops and American ships in the region. And American businesses are now bracing for cyber attacks. Trump says, good luck with that. We won't be bullied.
I was the hunted, and now I'm the hunter. It's a big difference. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give up. No more. Then we go blow up all the, all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place there. No, they had bad intentions. For 40 years, they've been saying death to America, death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like.
He knows.
They were bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore.
Trump's been meeting in the Situation Room with his national security team. Head of Central Command, Army General Eric Kurilla, they call him the Gorilla, has been instrumental in the war planning. The Pentagon's sending in their new state-of-the-art supercarrier, the USS Gerald Ford, and amassing a tremendous amount of assets in the area. Today, Trump had lunch with Pakistan's army chief. Pakistan borders Iran. Seems like something's about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Trump's not showing his cards yet.
Whether you are moving closer or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities. Where's your mindset on that?
I can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question. Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir? Sir, would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch? I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do.
And this is just breaking. The Wall Street Journal is reporting Trump privately approved attack plans against Iran. Now, we don't know what these plans entail, but we're told they include U.S. airstrikes. Unsure if that includes bunker busters. Remember, the latest version of the bunker buster has never been used on the battlefield. It's only been tested. Axios reports that Trump has been quizzing his generals. Are they sure if he uses them, they'll be 100% effective? The generals say yes, but Trump's not completely convinced. Caroline Leavitt says
I think he's
all
gonna take a
options
lot of them,
remain on the
though.
table. Trump's
It's
been
gonna
waiting
take a
on
lot.
giving the final order, seeing if the Iranians give up and surrender their nuke program peacefully. Sources in D.C. say Trump's out of patience and Iran's up against the clock.
I believe that unless Iran surrenders in the next 48 hours, the United States, in conjunction with Israel, will engage in military action.
Trump says the Iranians want to fly all the way to the White House to negotiate an end to this. But he says it's too late.
Listen, I would not invite them to the White House. That's a big mistake.
Negotiations where he gets
These
strung
motherfuckers
along
might
like
have
last
bombs
time.
inside of their bodies. I
We're
don't
not
trust
looking
them.
for a ceasefire. We're looking for a total, complete victory. Again, you know what the victory is. No
They're going to
nuclear
try to
weapon.
shake his hand and to have
Trump's
some
made a
kind
decision.
of chemical in his
Iran's
hand and
nuclear
kill Trump.
program
Like, no.
is gone.
Like,
The person who
that's
ultimately
crazy shit.
decides
It
that
can't happen.
is the Ayatollah. He can either let us do it peacefully or we'll do it violently. But either way, the outcome of this war is this. The Iranians will never be able to acquire a nuclear weapon, ever. But time's running out for both sides. Israel's reportedly running low on defensive interceptors, and Iran's reportedly running low on missiles. Iran's also running out of allies.
They're not running low
They
on
don't have any
missiles.
friends
That's
left
what
in
they
the
want you
region.
to think.
China,
They
their
want
biggest
you to
customer,
think that.
quiet. And Putin, he has his
Listen.
own problems.
These
I
people are
spoke
so
to him
naive.
yesterday, and I said, he actually offered to help mediate. I said, do me a favor. Mediate your own. Let's mediate Russia first, okay? I said, Vladimir, let's mediate Russia first. You can worry about this later.
The Persians are pinned up against the wall.
Yeah,
They've been
Russians need to
completely
mediate their own
humiliated by a
shit.
tiny Jewish nation, a fraction of the size of Iran. And now the Daily Wire is reporting that the Mossad set up a fake hotline in Iran and ordered top Iranian military officials into an emergency meeting. And the generals were alerted to a small bunker in Tehran before Israel wiped them out with a precision airstrike. And inside of the
What?
country, you're starting to see unrest.
Yo,
Sanctions
that's
have crippled their economy
crazy.
so badly that workers are rioting over delayed payments. Manufacturers are striking over high inflation. Schools, cement factories, and pharmaceutical plants are shutting down. The Iranian currency is getting shredded.
Oh,
And
man.
Israel's hitting Iranian energy infrastructure, which is going to create price shocks and shortages. So with the streets teetering and its military commanders assassinated, a nuke might be the Ayatollah's only hope.
Yep.
No one really knows how fast they could spin up a device and
You
strap
might
it
have
into
it.
a warhead.
You might have the nuke,
But
and
Trump
it might shock
says we're
everybody.
only a few weeks away.
And just test
Back
it.
in March, Tulsi Gabbard
test
said
it,
the
and that would
Iranians
put a
were
shock
enriching
and awe.
uranium at record levels.
In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons.
So will the United States end Iran's nuclear program with a 30,000-pound bunker buster? Or can Israel end it themselves? Israel admits they have options. They could knock out the power plants that run the underground nuke facility. And since they control the air, Israeli commandos could be inserted and fight their way in and then detonate the site with dynamite. If America does it, there would be consequences, nuclear contamination, and internationally there could be some fallout, although I'm sure Trump could handle it. Either way, the Iranians would retaliate and the United States would have to go back onto a war footing in the Middle East. The whole world's watching. It's the biggest moment of the Trump presidency.
Mm-hmm.
China and Russia surveying the scene, and so are our trade partners. We're at this moment in history because of Obama and Biden. They signed a toothless nuke deal that let the Iranians keep enriching and let them keep their ballistic missiles. and paid them billions of dollars, which they used to finance their war machine and proxies. Proxies which have been killing Americans for decades. Marines in Beirut, soldiers in Iraq, and taking Americans hostage in Gaza and inside of Iran. American deterrence, backed by the threat of violence, is what maintains order in the world. And sometimes there comes a time when the commander-in-chief has to use force to nourish the deterrence and keep the American people safe. Is this one of those times?
That's
We're about
wild.
to find out. Click
That-
here to subscribe
That
to the
is
Fox.
just wild. That's just wild. And like I said, we're living in very unique times. This upcoming week we're Wednesday. You know what I mean? We still got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Like, can Israel? I mean, right now it's quiet. I was checking the feed here. Let me check one more time, see if there's anything. No, it's quiet. It's peaceful. It's quiet. Yeah, it's quiet. Let me see if I can show you a live feed before I leave. So share this tab here, and let's make it. Here we go. Good morning. Good morning, Western Wall and Jerusalem. They're waking up. They at least they had a good night's sleep. They at least they slept. They only had one little incident last night where about 5 rockets came in, but they were all taken care of. And then after that, it's been pretty peaceful. I could show you also the Western Wall. Let me hit play on here. The sun is coming up, so you can't really see much. That sun is affecting the camera. Sun's coming up high, you know. It's another beautiful day. Let's come over here and let's go live on this one. Let's see if I can go play that one. Let's stop this one. And it's let me hit play. And let's go live. And listen. It's pretty peaceful. It's quiet. You know, it all 4 hours, 5 hours is you know, before I came on, there was a little something happened, a little something, but it was just like 5 rockets or so, and it wasn't too crazy. So I think they're taking their time, reassessing. Are they gonna do something unthinkable? Are they gonna test an atomic weapon to bring everyone? Because that's the only thing. I'm really good at popping like mystery stuff, like Tyson. You know, like with WWE, I be calling the like what's gonna be happening before it happens. But I think like the only way Iran would surprise me and surprise the whole world if they detonate a nuclear weapon. If they detonate a nuclear weapon and on their, you know, in Iran, that will, I think that will give the green light for the U.S. to attack and so forth. But it will create the moment of shock and awe, and the whole world for a moment will pause, and it's history. You know, it's history. But everything looks good over here. Let me pause this because that thing's so loud. If we go to Jerusalem, I don't think Jerusalem is that loud. Yeah, it's not that loud over there. Let me see. Yeah, I love this camera here because it's not loud. It's not, you don't get all the traffic and all the crazy sounds. hears like off in the distance, and it's surveying everything. The only thing I could think of that will also be a shock and awe too, if they shoot like 300 supersonic, hypersonic missiles at the same time to land in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, and the Great Wall gets destroyed, and all these neighborhoods get destroyed, and if like buildings gets damaged and toppled over, that would be also like a shock and awe moment. That would also be very, very, very bad, which can very escalate things really high. So I gave you two scenarios. What I feel that can possibly escalate this to an extreme, like holy shit moment that would bring the U.S. and that will involve the U.S. Um, the third scenario, because there's like threes, right? You have to have a third one. The third scenario, I think, if they go after the military, the soft targets, the military bases that are within Iraq and Iran, no, not Iran, Iraq and Syria and Saudi Arabia too. They have like military personnel all around throughout that region in the Middle East. If Iran goes and targets those those bases, it could be with drones. It could be, they, instead of like high level drones, they could use low level drones. They could use, soft target, like to take out, well, for them it's the enemy, but for us is our soldiers, which is soft targets. And I think then that will activate Trump to attack Iran and do what they got to do. So there's like three scenarios that could possibly happen. Now, which one do you think is more likely to come to fruition? Would it be the overwhelming of missiles being shot into Tehran and Tel Aviv, and Jerusalem? Is going to be the overwhelm of the system and cause traumatic, have a traumatic event that will take place? Like, it's beautiful. Look how the morning is. It looks nice. It looks very peaceful. I want breakfast. I want breakfast now. After like looking at the screen, I'm like, oh man, I want breakfast. I want IHOP breakfast. I know I don't think there's IHOP in Jerusalem, but I like IHOP. That's one of my favorite breakfast place to go to, because I don't know, it's my guilty pleasure, I guess. Very expensive, for breakfast. I'm like, shit, $20. It's like it's literally like it's an arm and a leg. But I do like their pancakes, so you kind of like have to say shut up and pay for it, bitch. Like, that's fucked up. But I'll be back on tomorrow, and we'll do this all over again. And I'll open up Windows and have plenty of news for us to watch together. And we hope for the best, and we pray for the best, and let's hope that it's a peaceful daytime there in Israel. I know it's not going to be peaceful in Iran, because they are going to attack Iran during the day. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what scenario takes place. I think the shock and awe will be an atomic weapon test. Like, just out of the blue, just put it in a place and detonate it. They'll know when it goes off, because the vibrations would have a Richter scale, and they'll know how strong and how much they had in that bomb, and it will shock the world. Of course, Trump is going to have to step in and of course, attack Iran and do all the craziness. But that would prove they have probably more than one bomb. Because remember, they've been doing this for decades. This is not something that just did like 4 years with Biden. No, no, this has been decades and decades. This like Israel's been fighting about this and talking about this for over 40 years, easy over 40 years, and probably more, probably even before I was born. They've been having this issue with Iran. Iran is not a really friendly country, especially to the Americans. So, with that said, I think I'm gonna call it a night because I am tired, and yeah, we'll definitely do this tomorrow. I'm not sure what time I come in. If there's okay, let's say this: if something really big happens early in the morning, I'll come on early and I'll start broadcasting early. If nothing happens, everything's okay. Then if something happens in the mid morning, early afternoon, then I'll go live and I'll cover it. If nothing happens, like mid morning, nothing happens, then I'll start a show around the same time today. I was trying to do 4:30, but I was having technical difficulties, and it took me a couple of hours to really try to figure this shit out because something's been happening. I don't know what the hell's going on. Maybe the hacking is happening. Maybe they're hacking, around the world. I heard that Israel hacked some Bitcoin type of thing in Iran and took a whole, I think it was like 90 something $million of value of Bitcoin, which is crazy. But there's going to be a lot of hacking. The cyber war is real. If we have internet, anything connected to the internet can be manipulated. Remember, that's a phrase I always used to say on my channel. And I've been saying it for years and years and years and years and years. Anything connected to the internet could be manipulated. It should be a shirt. I should make a shirt. I should make a shirt that says that. Anything that connected to the internet can be manipulated. Yep. And then I like the other one, the make accountability great again, MAGA. Tyson made the shirt. It looks fucking good. I like the black and the white, and I like the colors. It was good. It's good. I like it. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night wherever you guys are. And good morning, and have a great afternoon. I'm going to bed. I'll catch everybody on the flip side. And if something breaks, if we have breaking news, I'll come in. I don't know if I'll break any news if I'm sleeping, because the only thing I'll be out cold, so I will be sleeping. And if I wake up, I check my phone. If I usually wake around 6 in the morning, I check, and if it says something's breaking and there's something crazy going on, I will go live. So, with that said, peace for now, and I'm asleep tight because my neck hurts. My neck hurts. I'm tired. All right, bye.